Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. The music's so good. So I was kind of in a trance just listening to it, and I forgot to start the stream. Okay, welcome Tag, how are you? Okay, we're doing the final combat class quests of Realm Reborn, which is Pugilist and Monk, hopefully. Hopefully I can get through both of them in one stream. Oh no, it's a queue. The queues never last very long, they're always pretty short. Meh, well enough? Oh, one of those days. I've been very sore, but I'm feeling pretty good today. There we go. Ooh, raining. Yeah, I've been working on the Beast Tribe stuff. Been helping out the Sylphs. I'm also helping out the Exile. I'm at level 3 friendly with them, and level 2 recognised with Sylphs. It's cool that they've got their own stories that are progressing, so hopefully I can show those at some point in the future. But for now, we're going to do Pugilist and Monk, and then hopefully 2.55 next stream, and then get into Heavensward. Alright, let's go... Well, first, let's swap classes, eh? I'm a monk. Take that off, become a... Whoa. This doesn't look very monk-like, does it? Don't know what this set is. Let's put on something a bit more monk-like, you know? All the beast tribes, they have their own music. It's really good. Oh, that's a chicken. If I've glamoured something to become a chicken, it means I didn't like how it looked. I was like, you know what, I'd rather be a chicken than whatever this is. Change the boots. There. Nice. Brand new boots. Okay, yeah, I've glamoured this to be the brand new set, which is a very nice set. I love how it looks. Brand new. Alright, do we have glasses on? That's important. We do! Excellent. Let's go do monk stuff. Oh, we got no bonus at the moment. Let's turn on a guild bonus first. Reduce rates. I always love doing that when I'm doing class quests, because you teleport around a lot. Especially for the... like the level 45 quests. They send you around to collect your bits of your gear. Cleaned out my inventory somewhat. Isn't that nice? Most of my inventory is these frickin' materia, which I don't know if I should do anything with the old materia. Like if I need them for any crafting or anything, or turn-ins. I really need to sort out some of this stuff. I've just got so much junk here. Anyway. Let's go do Pugilist stuff. DPS Pugilist. Actually, the Monk questline, it was alright. I didn't love it. I liked it though. The Pugilist questline though is hilarious. I love it. It's really funny. Okay, it's just over here. Yes, this is the last of the Uldar Realm Reborn classes. Yeah, Uldar has Gladiator Paladin, Thaumaturge Black Mage, and Pugilist Monk. Yeah, those are the 3 classes that start off here, and that you come here to do the quests for. Got a cute little onion knight. It's very important. The Pugilist Guild. So the icon for it is just a fist. They know what... It is very straightforward. They punch things. Greetings and welcome to the Pugilist Guild. We pugilists are specialists in hand-to-hand combat. Through rigorous training, we forge devastating weapons of our fists and feet, which we employ to great effect in battle. There is no better place in all the realm to train in our discipline than here. If you would walk the path of the pugilist, I highly recommend you add your name to our roll. What say you, friend? Yes. A decision you'll not regret. But before we proceed to the paperwork, it is essential that you know something of our guild's storied past. Since time immemorial, man has used whatever has been at their disposal to settle disputes. In the beginning, that meant fighting with their fists. Such hand-to-hand combat existed in various forms throughout Eorzea, each evolving independently of one another. The origins of pugilism as we know it, however, can be traced back to the staging of bare-handed bouts at the Colosseum. These contests attracted fighters from far and wide, bringing their myriad styles crashing together on the blood sands. Amidst this chaotic intermingling of styles, there rose a pugilist of singular strength and skill. This woman made it her life's mission to master every form she encountered, that she might refine her art. Among her many song-worthy exploits, we pugilists remember her participation in a gladiator tournament most fondly. Back when bare-handed fighting was still seen as a pastime for peasants, she took on fully armed and armoured gladiators, and effortlessly bested the lot of them. Word of her feat spread across the realm like wildfire, of course, and Uldar swiftly transformed into a centre of pugilism, with people flocking from all over to train under this master among masters. The woman's name was Cornelia, and it is to her that the Pugilist Guild owes its existence. The art practiced here is based on her all-encompassing style, and this training hall is modelled upon the one which she once built. And there it is, a brief history of our guild. I've told this tale 1,000 times, but gods, it never fails to fan the flames of my fighting spirit. Now then, before we can proceed with your enrolment, you must first obtain the Guildmaster's approval. Let me know when you're ready to meet him. Sure. So, are you ready to present yourself for the Guildmaster's inspection? Yeah. Master Harmon is among the greatest pugilists of our time. For long years, the man ruled the Blood Sands as the Holy Fist, though he has since retired, in favour of training aspiring fighters. You will find him overseeing his charges yonder. Go now, and show to him the fighting spirit that burns within you. What I wouldn't give for a chance to spar with the Holy Fist. Alas, he refuses me every time I ask. I know I need more training, but still, what must I do to prove myself worthy? How many people can we talk to? Everyone. What are you bloody gawking at? I ain't in no mood for talking, so step back, afore you break your ribs on my fists. Oh, I like this person. They keep dropping their they keep dropping their little knuckles. It's cute. Oh, I wish that was an emote that we could get. I want to do that. That's great. Might be as I'm doing the teaching now, but it only feels like yesterday that I was still dropping my horror all over the place. A pugilist is nothing without vigour, and few things are better for your vigour than hearty meals and lots of sleep. You could say I'm eating and sleeping my way to the top. I like their I like their plan. Past time you got your ass back here. Well, what did the dancer have to say about my proposition? You're not my errand boy. There's no dancer. There never was. I'm not doing anything indecent, I swear to the gods. Nod. What? You're here to enroll? Oh, whoa, why did you say so sooner? In my capacity as guildmaster, I would be glad to give you a primer on the art of hand-to-hand combat. Doubtless you already know this, but we pugilists fight with our fists and feet. While these don't deal as much damage as a blade, it hardly matters when you can land several blows for each swing of the sword. What we lack in destructive force, we more than make up for in speed and cunning. Under my guidance, not only will you master striking techniques, you'll also learn to string them together to deliver an endless flurry of blows. Only through such fierce combinations can a pugilist realise their potential. Yarg! The thought of a tiny person getting enough force behind their punch to matter is funny. Oh. Unless they're channeling some other power. He's very fast. Crikey, I'm spent from all this talking. You ought to speak more, lass. It give me a chance to catch my breath. But where was I? Ah, right. Joining the guild. Before you do so, I must warn you that the path of the pugilist is long and arduous. Do you believe you've got what it takes to go the distance? Be honest with yourself now. Can you go the distance? We're going for speed. He's all alone. Oh, yes, you have fighting spirit. I can see it in your eyes. I see no reason to deny you a place in these halls. Welcome to the guild, lass. To help you on your way, I'll add some names to your hunting log. Opponents that you might hone your skills against. Oh, hey Lauren, how are ya? Thank you so much for the sub. 32 months total, holy crap. Have I really been streaming for that long? Wow. Thank you so much for the sub. I can go the distance. How are you, Lauren? And so as to make a budding pugilist of you, here's your very own pair of horror. They're a tad old and rusted, but that'll serve to make you look meaner, I reckon. Now, I've a mind to assign you your first lesson. Arm yourself with your weapons, and let me know when you're ready to begin. Yeah. At least that long? Yeah. Pugilist unlocked. Yeah, so we're doing Pugilist and Monk today, and that's actually the last of the Realm Reborn combat quest classes. And then I'll be doing 2.55, and then finally getting into Heavensward, which I'm really excited for. Hammond is great, yeah. I like him. He's funny. Looking every bit of pugilist, lass. Now the learning can commence. For your first lesson, I want you to test your fledgling skills against the vermin of Thanalan. Get out there and put down 3 marmots, 3 hornets, and 3 shrews. Return here when the deed is done. Now, this goes without saying, but I expect you to fight using the horror I just gave you. It counts for naught if you skewer the beasties with a spear, or fry them with a spell, say. Alright. Do our introductory quest. Where are they? They're over here. Ooh, that's shiny. Oh, you got a koala. Oh, I need a koala. Seeing Horde Spear. Very shiny. Ooh, my bars are a mess. Hang on. I've got to fix this. Raptor. Curl. Fist of Wind. not going to be using that probably, but you know. That's just how long I've been affiliate. Oh yeah, that's true. You can give a rundown on Samurai and Red Mage. Ah, cool. Thank you. Yeah, when I unlock them. I still haven't unlocked them. I'll do it at some point. Perfect balance. True north. Yep, that's everyone. Alright. Punch stuff. Just punch a giant bee with my fists. Oh, actually I'm using these cool claws. Snapping shrews. Where are they? Over there. Oh. Oh. Like a real dragon, using the claws. Yeah, are these from Garuda, I think these claws are? Thundercrack. Oh no, that sounds more like Ramu. Ramu claws. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, I'm back. I punch things. Ah, you're back. And none the worse for the exertion. Youthful vigour's a truly blessed thing. If you want to become strong, you mustn't neglect your training. Indeed, a pugilist is only as good as the number of strikes he's dealt. Sir, excuse me, this is the Pugilist Guild. Stop swinging that sword around. Thank you. So get out there, Melchan, and let your fists fly. When the time is ripe, I'll teach you something new. There's no limit to the potential of youth. I look forward to seeing you come into your own. Level 5. You've been training hard, Melchan. I can tell by the lightness of your steps and the strength in your fists. I reckon you're ready for your next lesson. But before we begin, some warming up's in order. For this, I've scattered some gil across Uldar. I want you to run around the city and pick it all up. What? Now, that's my money lying out there, so I want you to go about it like there's an Amolja warband on your heels. In other words, I want you to sprint. Of course, you can't go on sprinting indefinitely. Your body needs to rest a while after each burst of speed. This may sound elementary, but I'm telling you this to demonstrate a point. As a pugilist, it's essential that you learn to pace yourself in a fight, else you're liable to get worn out. And when that happens, the fight's as good as over, and you'd be sorry if you had bet on yourself. An interesting little task. Pick up gil. Sure. Hey. Grab the gil. Thank you. Go this way. Oh yeah, is there any particular event at the moment? Anything cool I can get? Oh. Yeah, okay, hang on. Hang on. Suspend. Keep forgetting to check the Moogle. Okay, nothing at the moment. Alright, turn that back on. Ah, it even remembers that I'm 1 out of 5 in the quest. That's nice. The New Game Plus feature's pretty good. I think I've said that like 1,000 times, but it's because it's still very impressive how well it works. Excuse me. Excuse me. Upwood Dogbird. Interesting name. It is quite a miracle that this is all still lying about. Thaumaturge Guild. Just teleport over there. Oh, there it is. In the fountain. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, remember me? The Cocoa Brothers. Yeah. What other minions we got? Got anything more monk-like? Taoist Moogle? I don't know if that's monk-like, but it could be. Oh yeah, Far Eastern Monk. Yeah! There we go. Cute. Aww. Little Burby. Attuning to their Aetherite. Aww. Oh yeah, my road to 70 buff finally ran out. Sadness. I did get Blue Mage up to 52 before it ran out though, so that's good. Yeah, Road to 70 was the thing that was giving me ridiculous amounts of XP. That's my money lying out there, lass. I'd thank you to hurry and pick it all up before some vulture swoops on it. Faded Gill. Bent and faded beyond recognition. Even the most desperate of beggars will pause before accepting this coin. Ah, that explains it. 500 Gill? Crikey, this is good for a week's worth of... I mean, well done, Milchand. It wasn't his money. Now that you're all warmed up, we can see to your lesson. A trial, to be precise. Take yourself to Scorpion Crossing in Western Thanalan. There you'll find 4 large stones. The trial stones, they're called. I want you to deal each of those stones a solid boot-shine combo. The impact will arouse the earth sprites that sleep within, which you must then defeat. If you find yourself hard-pressed, there's no shame in running away. You're still learning the ropes after all. Once you've gotten your wind back, you can hurl yourself into the fray again. And remember this, strikes bring down opponents, but it's your footwork that keeps you standing. Now, off you go, Milchan, and good luck. The Trial Stones. Yeah, let's go to Horizon. 'Cause I'm lazy. That's how you felt when I started playing? Oh, oh, that's cool. Whoosh. la. Having a good time staring at the wall? Alright, got to use Boot Shine, which is our basic combo starter. Then punch the Earth Sprite. Easy. The Marauder quest where you had to smash boulders, yes. Because that's not going to dent the hell out of your axe or anything. Yeah, that was questionable training. Hey, Honora, how are ya? We're doing Pugilist quests. I like the Pugilist quest line, it's pretty entertaining. Report back to Harmon. Whoosh. So Harmon, is that a well-known term for like body energy, like spiritual energy? What I'm getting at is that a JoJo reference? A well-known term? Closed captions. It tries. It tries its best. So, you've given the Earth Sprites what for? Well done, Melchan. By smiting stone and earth, you've forged unyielding weapons of your fists. You're a nigh endless fount of vigour, Melchan. Aye, just like myself in my younger days. This must be the promising recruit you've been telling me about. Well, of course she's promising. She's training under Harmon, Holy Fist! That's our Master Harmon. Melchan, I don't believe I've introduced my assistant yet. This is Chuchuto. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As introduced, I serve as Master Harmon's right hand, though there's still much and more I have yet to learn. Together, let us strive for mastery of our art. Chuchuto joined the guild soon after I was made its master. She's my very first student, as a matter of fact. Well, there was one other, to be sure, but... Let's not dwell on the past, Master. It was Melchan's bright future we were discussing. Which reminds me, did you collect my gil from her? My gear is rather worn down, and I do need the money for repairs. Yes, Melchan's future with us is bright indeed. If she keeps up her efforts, she may well become the next Holy Fist. His laugh is so goofy. Train hard, young one, and grow strong. When the time's ripe, I'll have another little lesson for you. Is he okay? Pugilist quests are great in your opinion, but 30 to 50 monk quests are pretty air. Yeah, I didn't like the monk quests as much. Level 10. Ah, there you are, Melchan. I see you've been training hard as ever. Aye, your eyes are starting to have the sharpness of a predator about them. Well, I have been playing Killer in Dead by Daylight a lot, so... Last time, you learned the basics of combinations. Today, I would have you build on that knowledge. I've set up 5 wooden dummies outside the guild, along the merchant strip. By way of a warm-up, I want you to deal each a solid bootshine combo. Oh, and don't mind the townsfolk who've gathered to watch. And that would make me feel nervous as heck. Townsfolk getting together to watch me just punch a thing. It's kind of cute, actually, the way they are applauding you. She looks familiar. I don't remember where I recognise her from, though, but she looks very familiar. I mean, maybe she's a character in this quest line I forgot about. Taylor. Oh, okay, Taylor. Yep. Yeah, she's the one at the Tailor's Guild who keeps trying on new outfits and stuff. Yeah, that's right. Monk quests give you one of the most punchable characters, and you just don't get to. So true. So, the wooden dummies have felt your wrath? Good. Now we can move on to your lesson. When you first came to us, I taught you that combinations make a pugilist. What you need to know next is that not any hodgepodge of strikes makes a combination. There's an order to things, a natural flow from one technique to another. Today, I would have you practice one of the most elementary combinations in a pugilist arsenal. It goes like this. Lead in with a swift boot-shine combo. Keep your foe off balance with a true strike. Then bring it home with a blistering snap punch. With practice, combinations such as this will become second nature. They must if you expect to become an accomplished pugilist. Now, you'll need some opponents to practice on. The Keycurn that infests the rat's nest in central Thanalan ought to serve. Hit them with Snap Punch 3 times, and we'll call it a lesson well learned. The Snap Punch. Uh-oh. I might one-shot them. Let's see what happens. Up here. Whoosh. Also, I'm going to go Google the term Hamon. The first result is from JoJo, the JoJo wiki. Hamon may refer to swordsmithing, the visual result of the tempering process used in much of Japanese swordsmithing, the Japanese practice of excommunication from a dojo or apprenticeship. Okay, that's probably what it's a... That might be what it's a reference to. But yeah, it's also a supernatural ability used in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's probably what it's a reference to. It's a JoJo reference. Formless... Oh yes, no, that's right. I do have perfect balance. Lets me do whatever ability I want. Yeah, I could use that. Yeah, that's a good point. Also, I can just like chain it to get. Oh, look, you're not a Keycurn. You're bees. Yeah, nice. Punch the bees, bugs, whatever. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Wasn't a problem after all. These claws are so cool. Let's take them back out. Yeah. Now we get the beautiful night music. It's tough to pick my favourite music in this game so far. Even just in Realm Reborn, there's a bunch of really good pieces of music. You've already mastered the Snap Punch combination. Crikey, Melchan, you're a natural at it, just like I was. Not to brag, but I happen to be a veritable storm of flying fists when the mood strikes me. I treat you to a demonstration here and now, except I'm liable to tear down the entire guild in the process. Master Harmon has a penchant for regaling us with tales of his exploits, but these never amount to a demonstration. His favourite is his victory over the fearsome marauder, White Axe, whom he felled with a combination so swift and seamless, they say he couldn't see his hands. Or so the legend goes. Haha, that one never gets old. Our dearest master's humility aside, your progress is truly astounding, Melchan. If I don't keep on my toes, you're like to surpass me in a matter of moons. Just between you and me, Chuchuto's been in a slump of late. It all began when her closest friend and guildmate suddenly up and disappeared. Rurikuta's the lad's name, and he and Chuchuto joined the guild together. The two of them were born to refugees, and were orphaned in the calamity. Not long after I was made guildmaster, I found them on the streets, starved near to death. I did what any decent man would. I took them in, and clothed them and fed them. When they were strong again, they said they wanted to become pugilists like me, and so I trained them as well. Since then, they've been best friends and rivals both, one helping to raise the other up. Would that we knew what's become of Rurikuta. But we were talking about you, Melchan. You've impressed me yet again, and I hope you continue to do so. Keep up the good work, you hear? Oh, no nod. Wow. My character didn't nod. Just stared at him. Level 15. Ah, there you are, Melchan. I hope you've come prepared for a lesson. Today, I want you to go and fight the toxic toads that nest at the unholy air. Make no mistake, lass, these toads are huge, which means they have huge guts. But that's beside the point. The point is, you'll need to use your head to overcome them. Thanks to their immense girth, these toads hit hard. Fortunately, they tend to hit wild as well, so bide your time and wait for an opening. And when that opening shows, thwack! Rip and tear through your foe with your fists. As proof that you've defeated the toads, I want you to bring me 5 of their legs. Chuchuto and I will be waiting for you at the Blackbrush Station. Your lesson continues there. And take their legs. Ew. Must be a sore neck from all the nodding. Doom reference, yes. Rip and tear. After all this time, you notice that Diabolos is on the same server cluster as your Catsworth helping server character? Ah, cool, cool. What server was Catsworth on again? Was this Catsworth? Evelith? And Brynhilda. Cool. Very cool. That's him? Nice. Has he been enjoying Shadowbringers? I've been wanting to watch his stream, but, you know, I don't want to get spoilers, so... Toads. Punch the toad. punch the fish, apparently. And punch Toad. Yep, so far, good. That's good. Oh yeah, Monk is weird. It's the only class I have so far that doesn't have a ranged attack. Like all my melee, DPS and tanks have some kind of ranged pull, but Monk doesn't yet. Very weird. I've got their legs. This is how big each of their legs are. I've got 5 of them apparently. You know, just RPG things. Right, back to the station. Whoosh. I mean, as much as you can enjoy sadness. Aww. Yeah, I keep hearing how sad the story gets. I might need to take breaks from it if it gets so sad. Even just the events of 2.5 tore me up. Come on, and Chichito. I'm taking part in today's lesson as well. Good luck to the both of us. So, did you bring me the toad legs? Not as toxic as the name would have you believe, and it tastes like chocobo. I think everything tastes like chocobo in this universe. They get a charge attack. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they have the charge. Yeah, that's a fun move. Forgot about that. Aye, this is the stuff, alright. Now I just need some butter, a slice of sun lemon, and a pinch of... Master? What I meant to say was, you've done well to defeat the toxic toads, Milchan. For the next part of your lesson, you'll be putting your endurance to the test against... The talk was true! How Unholy Fist is really here! I can take nary a step outside the guild without being flocked by fans. Such is the price of fame. Please, sir, I have grave need of your legendary skills. Somnus is being smuggled through Blackbrush Station. I reported this to the Brass Blades and the Stone Torches, asked them to put an end to it, but they both turn a blind eye. Somnus? That's the mind-warping substance made from dream flowers. Those who overindulge are said to fall into an eternal slumber. A dear friend suffered that very fate. That's why I want to put an end to the smuggling. But I'm just an ordinary person, and there's precious little I can do. Haha, you've done enough. You've done enough to bring word to me, friend. For as surely as Harmon Holy Fist is my name, I'll see the smuggler scum thrown in the dungeon before the bell is through. 12 bless you, sir. You truly are a hero to us all. Haha, slight change of plans, Melchan. In place of the endurance test, we're going to find and apprehend the smugglers. But first we must gather information. You two, find out what you can from the people of Blackbrush Station. Report back once you've learned something. Thumbs up. The fireworks are back. Oh, I hate fireworks. Suddenly getting lots of dropped frames. Oh, we lost connection apparently. Just got DC'd from Twitch. Should be back now. Refresh. Okay, looks like we're back. Sudden disconnection. Alright, gathering information on the smugglers. Searching for Somnus smugglers, you say? Word is they are associated with the Alacron, a coalition of cold-blooded criminals. But beware, They always act in alliance. The Alacran. They were the ones from the Gladiator quest, weren't they? There is an abandoned keycairn lair a short distance west of the Coffer and Coffin. Decent folk tend to give that place a wide berth. Ideal for a smuggling operation, wouldn't you say? It appears a silver-haired Lullafell was seen skulking about the station recently. He was headed west, bearing a suspicious burden. A silver-haired Lullafell? Couldn't possibly be him, could it? Nah, that'd be a coincidence, wouldn't it? The Alacran, a likely hideout, and a silver-haired Lullafell. I don't like the sound of this. Not one bit. Like as not, the smugglers operate out of the abandoned keycairn lair west of the Coffer and Coffin. We'll lie in wait for them there. They always act in a alliance. What's that, some kind of Zoid? Oh, I love Zoids. I love their designs so much. Just cool robot animals and dinosaurs. Whoosh. Aha, down here. Under the bridge. I don't get the charge attack as a pugilist, do I? No. Oh well. The spirit is willing. Thor's balls. That's Thor's balls. That's a good line. We've really outdone ourselves this time. Master Wegfar's bound to be pleased. Save the talk. We have crates to move. Rurakuta! It is you, isn't it? Chichuto and Master. It's been a while. You vanished from the guild with nary a word, and we find you here smuggling Somnus with those villains? What is the meaning of this? Rurakuto, Kuta, my boy. I didn't teach you how to fight so that you could become a pox on society. My student or no, you must be held accountable. Chichuto, Melchan, your lesson begins. Apprehend the smugglers. You lot, take care of these meddlers. Chichuto Brightstar. Show them the fruit of your training, Melchan. Oh yes, I should do the positional stuff. Have no fear. We're students of Harmon Holy Fist. There's Rurakuta. Oh, I'm stuck. Hello. What's up? The marmots are all yours, Melchan. We're the marauders sweeping swings. Whoa. Boom. The enemy pugilists hit hard. Stay light on your feet. Let's get some healing. I'm on Holy Fist, just our luck. If you know who I am, then you'll know what's good for you. Come quietly, or there will be trouble. Holy Fist? Don't make me laugh. You're being fooled, all of you. Who's fooling who? What in the world are you talking about? It was a dark night several moons ago. I was out in the wilds, training alone. Dark and stormy night. From a distance, I caught sight of Master leaving the tavern and turning to the city. Thinking to accompany him back, I followed on his heels and was about to call out when I saw this. You would challenge the Holy Fist? You have fighting spirit, I'll grant you that, but you'd do well to know your limits. So be it. Yarr! Master? You've read my every move. You're no ordinary marmot. Master! All I wanted was to be surrounded by scantily clad maidens when my time came. The gods are cruel. Master, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Now you've seen it with your own eyes. Master was beaten by a marmot. A common bleeding marmot. He would remind us how strong he was at every turn, but he was lying through his teeth. I can scarce believe my eyes. Wait till Master Wegfar learns of this. They're fine-ish. Just put on a Pat playing a game because those streams are long and he never shuts up, so they're perfect. Ah, that's good. Hope the fireworks don't last too long. Sticto. I can't believe it. How did Master become so weak? Forgive me, Chichuto, Melchan. I didn't mean to deceive anyone, least of all my students. Harmon Holy Fist conquered every foe that stood before him, but he couldn't conquer old age. My strength, my reflexes, my endurance, they've all left me. There's nothing here but a decrepit old man. I would be alone for a while. I'll make my own way back to the guild. From now on, you're to do as Chichuto bids, Melchan. Aww. Boom, boom. I've been doing some thinking, Mel-chan. While 'tis true that Master had been deceiving us, he meant us no harm. Besides, I owe him my life. Had he not taken me in all those years ago, I would have died in some ditch. I could never bring myself to hate him. Even if he were an ordinary old man, I would still respect him. Alas, with the truth of his condition revealed, Master Harmon has lost his sense of purpose, his will to teach. I cannot bear to see him like this. I want him to regain his confidence, but for this he needs to regain his former strength. Listen, Mel-chan. Master ever said that you remind him of his younger self. Were you to continue showing rapid improvement, I dare to hope that it would rekindle his fighting spirit. To this end, I will teach you a new technique, one which Master Harmon used to great effect his prize-fighting days. Fists of Earth, it's called, and with it you can shore up your defences to be as unyielding as the Earth itself. Make this technique your own, Mel-chan, and strive to grow stronger still. When next Master Harmon beholds you, he will surely be moved to action. Yeah, everyone grows old. Happens to everyone. Fists of Earth, which is just like a stance you activate and reduces damage taken by 10%. Just lasts forever until you swap it with another stance. Which I'm using Fists of Wind because it makes you run faster. Level 20. Oh, it's you, Mel-chan. I'm sorry, but I don't have anything to teach you. If I ever did at all. You're far better off training under Chichuto. You'll find her over yonder. Just leave me be. I was so hopeful that seeing you improve in leaps and bounds would spur Master Harmon out of his doldrums. It seems more must be done. Perhaps the end result is not so important as the manner in which you get there. In other words, if you were to train precisely as Master Harmon once did, overcome the self-same challenges that he did in his youth, I dare say it would stoke the fires of his fighting spirit. Listen well, Mel-chan. Master once told me that he used to refine his combinations by provoking deadly creatures into unleashing their fury upon him. For this purpose, he often went to the southern part of Drybone to fight the Hornet clouds there. To this day, the tree trunks that he struck to stir the Vulcan from their hives bear the mark of his fists. I want you to seek out these trees, and do as Master Harmon once did. Strike them with a bootshine combo, and fight the Hornet clouds that emerge. Once you have felled enough of the creatures to collect 3 of their stingers, return here and present them to Master Harmon. They will remind him of better days, I'm sure of it. Apparently Odin is up. They didn't say which zone. I'm assuming South Shroud. Hey Axton, how are ya? Monk's the most fun DPS, you think? Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I enjoy Monk. I haven't played too much of it, honestly, but I do enjoy it. It's one of those classes that really shines in dungeons. You don't really get to enjoy the intricacies of it when you're soloing, because it's all about, like, standing at the right angle. Yeah, it's fun to do that little dance. Just gonna leave that person. Tree! Punch it. Boom! A maddening buzzing fills your ears. Boom! Buzz buzz. I love this AoE attack too. It's such a cool animation. Yeah, in dungeons you get to do all the side and rear stuff. Yeah. Not too bad if you use leg sweep in solo fights. You can set up at least one flank or rear hit. Yeah, that's a good point. And they give you true north. Yeah. You once made a macro where your clothes would change when you did the Fist of Rauga. You can do that? That's cool. Fist of Rauga. I don't think I have that yet. That's pretty cool. Boom. The AoE you were doing? Oh, mine, it's called Armor the... Oh, maybe it turns into Fist of Rauga later. Actually, let me throw on my crystal. Okay, it must become that later. On higher level. Yeah. Ooh. Armor the... Ah, okay. Wait until you hear about crafting macros. I haven't looked into those at all yet. Back to... No, click that. There we go. 69 gil. Nice. I just realised this person's name is Sinister Tank Nuts. That's quite a name. Oh, I saw someone yesterday named Wikipedia article. It was so good. Oh, someone said hello to me? Who's that? Hello? Wave. Welcome, How DMD. Welcome to the stream. What is it now? Can't you leave a feeble old man in peace? Hornet Stingers. These sharp appendages each contain a single drop of poison. It is, however, extremely difficult to remove one from the carcass of a hornet without the drop spilling. Fools, balls! These are Hornet Stingers? You trained as I once did out in Drybone? Huh. Those hornet clouds were right pesky buggers. I fair lost count of the times they stung me, though I remember the, places well enough. The pain was nigh unbearable, but I always stood my ground. Ah, the memories of my younger days come flooding back. What I wouldn't give to relive them. Mel-chan, I want you to fight me. Right here, right now. Move it. Do. Make me remember what it's like to be young again. To have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Fight, fight, fight. Imagine punching hornets, yes. Oh, that's you? Nice. He's level 1. Oh, no baby. Ready or not, here I come. Make me feel good, Mel-chan. Oh, that'll leave a bruise. Yes, it's starting to come back to me. He's level 4 now. You won't have it so easy this round, Mel-chan. There's no stopping the Holy Fist. He's still only level 4. We punch him. I can't bear to watch. Oh, have you no respect for the elderly? Now he's level 8. My strength returns. Come on, let's go at one more round. Again? Get ready to feel the power of Harmon Holy Fist! I think he uses more abilities too as he levels up. I'm just getting started. More Melchain, give me more! I feel so alive! Hey Alpha, how are ya? You love this game? Had to stop playing due to lack of time? That's understandable, it's a huge game. Am I new to it? Newish. I've been playing for a few months now. I'm still only in like the first section. I'm still only in Realm Reborn, but I'll be unlocking Heavenswood pretty soon actually. I'm up to 2.55. Yeah, I'm loving this game. It's a reference to Metal Gear Solid 1. Ah, okay. A cyborg ninja had to get beat up by a guy named Solid Snake to gain some memory back. Raiding is amazing. Ooh. Yeah, that would be fun. Trying out the raiding. Haha, gods, I haven't felt this invigorated since forever. When I'm fighting you, it's as though I'm fighting my younger self. Mayhap there's still hope for these old bones. I'll make my comeback yet. See if I don't. What are you doing, old man? Learning how to walk? Oh. Fun times are over. You're Wegfar Wideaxe. Ain't none called me that in ages. Nay, not since the day you defeated me on the Blood Sands. I gave up prize fighting after that for the humiliation, but it weren't long till I found a place in the Alacran. Your boy Rubakuta works for me now. Imagine me surprised when I learned he used to train under the mighty Holy Fist. But Holy Fist ain't nothing but a name these days, so I'm told. How do you sleep at night, knowing how flaccid you've become? Of course, if you're having trouble nodding off, you could always try a whiff of Somnus. I'll even give you a complimentary sample. But like as not, a doddering old sort like you won't ever wake up again. What a douchebag. Shut your mouth, Wegfar, or I'll shut it for you. Now, let's be civilised for a moment, eh? We're old friends after all, and friends help each other out. You mentioned making a comeback just now. If you're serious about it, I'd be glad to lend a helping hand. By way of motivating you, how's about we have us a rematch? Of course, it'd take place in public, just like old times. Oh, and there should be a fitting purse as well. Let's say the winner gets the Pugilist Guild. What? That's ridiculous. Master, you're not obligated to take him up on this. Ah, this must be your little nursemaid. Rest assured, after I've taken over the guild, I'll keep her on as my personal assistant. I want to punch him so hard. Raiding is good. You've never enjoyed a raid before, but this game does it right. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I'd be totally up for trying raiding in this game. I'm quite keen to try something that isn't WoW raiding. Oh man, my classic WoW guild, they're having big drama at the moment in Burning Crusade over the bloody 10-player raids. So like the big raids are 25-player, but then there's raids that are 10 players, so you have to like split up your guild into like different groups, which will always cause drama. Anyway, I'm not playing BC. Do you really mean to fight him? Have no fear, Chichuto. Master. Mel-chan, I don't mean to put undue pressure on you. But the fate of the guild rests upon your shoulders. I don't believe this. Listen to me, Chichuto. I know I can do this. I just need Mel-chan to keep getting stronger, as she's been doing so far. Fighting her reminds me of who I used to be. I'm confident I can be that man again. Hey, Madrick. You love raiding in this game? Ah, that's cool. Well, raiding always kind of feels frustrating. Raiding in this game is butter smooth. Ah, that's good. If you're feeling apprehensive about this rematch business, I don't blame you. I'm not blind to reality. If I were to face Wegfar as I am now, I'd be down for the count, in a matter of heartbeats, if not lying dead in a pool of my own blood. But I'm determined to win, and I can with your help. Your presence sets my fighting spirit to raging, Mel-chan. So keep at your training. I promise to do the same. When you've grown stronger, return here, and we'll both continue our lessons. Bum, dum, bum, 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 ba-da, bum. Star-crossed ravens. Level 25. Haha, I swear, each time I see you, you remind me more and more of my younger self. At this rate, you'll like to transform into a handsome devil before the moon's over. Now then, I believe you're here to learn. Also, insert Devil May Cry joke here. Unfortunately, I'm in no condition to teach. This is rather embarrassing to admit, but in my eagerness to prepare for the big rematch, I've overtrained and thrown my back out. Oh, I tell you, old age is hell's. Yeah, I feel that. I fear Chichuto will have to tend to you in my stead. It seems the prospect of facing his old rival has lit a veritable fire under Master Harmon's backside. I'm so relieved to see that he has a purpose again. The trick now is to keep a lid on his zeal, lest he injure himself. But let us speak of your lesson. When you are ready, come and meet me at Little Alamigo. I have a challenge in mind that you are certain to find stimulating. Stimulating. Nice, this was you and Nora. Are you on my friends list? Friend request. Yeah. Okay, Little Alamigo. Let me just update my little list. They don't let you set notes in this game next to friends, so I have a little text document that I use to keep track of who's who. Tiali Halia is the Honora. Thanks. Right. Looking at your abilities. Oh, that's alright. I literally just sent the friend request, so. Not that way. Where is she? Maybe just out here? There she is. I've been waiting for you, Mel-chan. Today, your training will be to prepare for Master Harmon's training. I've brought with me a set of striking dummies, and I want you to deploy them at certain locations. Lest you think this task to be drudgery, the locations are rife with peril. Your skills will most certainly be put to the test. By way of advice, Fist of Earth will avail you best if you must approach dangerous fiends. Employ it well, and you will have nothing to fear. Off with you now, Melchan. Go set up those striking dummies. I shall await your return. Striking dummy. Okay, so the one is in here. Whoosh. A wooden dummy outfitted with several pegs. Basic training equipment for any aspiring pugilist. Next. Yeah, if you ever start playing again, Alpha, let me know. I'd be happy to do some dungeons and stuff with you. Especially since they're linking the data centers soonish, so it won't matter what data center you're on soon. Aw, look at these two. They're having a cute little date. Aw, sorry, I won't stare. Sorry, that's creepy. I'll let you do your thing. That's something really nice about this game. You just find people just hanging out, doing random stuff. It's cute. I heard Steve chuckling from the other room. Still half an hour before the cat alarm time. I got the stream started pretty early today. It's good. Here's where one of the dummies will be. So he's going to have to fight through this whole gang. The Corpse Brigade. You've been thinking about it. Stopped after Stormblood. Ah, yeah, you got a whole expansion of content if you wanted. Plus another one coming out later this year, so... yeah, it just keeps boggling my mind how much content there is in this game. And how it's like it's all there in this really neat, orderly fashion. And here's the last one. At the entrance to... this is... Temple of Khan, I think? Yeah, Sunken Temple of Khan. Whoosh! Excellent work, Melchan. All that's left is to have Master Harmon come and train. No. What are you doing here? That adventurer is a negative influence on Master Harmon. I'm going to see to it she never bothers him again. Oh, he's got feral dogs. What are you talking about? Melchan's the best thing that's happened to Master in years. If you want a piece of her, you'll need to deal with me too. Rakuta Torn Star versus Bright Star. Out of my way, Chuchuto. No, I won't let you hurt Melchan. Oh, he's got marmots working for him too. Hounds, tear that woman apart. Boom! The Warhound is trouble, Milchan. Finish it as quick as you can. You leave me no choice. What did he just do? Oh, he's got a big kitty. A bastard? Where did you find that thing? That creature will sap your strength. Avoid its gaze. Chaotic Eye. Punch you in the butt. Oh, I'm missing. Oh, he's level 40. Okay, I'm missing most of my things on him because I'm level 29 at the moment. You've grown strong, Rurukuta. Not strong enough. Why, Rurukuta? Why are you so bent on bringing down Master Harmon and seeing the guild in ruins? You have it all wrong. I'm doing this for Master's own sake. It's true I left the guild for the shock of seeing Master in that pathetic state. And it's true I got involved with some unsavoury types. But where else was I supposed to go? A refugee, without a guild to his name. But for all the ungrateful things I've done, I've never forgotten how Master Harmon took me in and instructed me in the ways of the fist. This is why I want him to give up his foolish notion of facing Wegfar. You don't know that man like I do, Chuchuto. Should this fight come to pass, I fear Master won't walk away with his life. It doesn't matter that Master has grown weak and feeble. I just want him to live, even if it means having him swallow his pride. Oh, Rurukuta, why didn't you just say so? But now that I know your mind, I can say with confidence that you have no cause to fear. Melchan is not the plague that you think she is. It's her will to succeed that's inspiring Master to regain his former strength. And when the day of the rematch finally comes, I've no doubt he will wallop that odious Wegfar to the 7th hell and back. I pray you're right. But whatever happens, know that I cannot help you. Not where I am. Chuchuto, Melchan, I leave Master Harmon in your care. Gods, that felt liberating. Trading blows with Rurukuta and learning his true agenda. A great burden has been lifted off my chest. Let us return to the guild, Melchan. You've had your training, and now it's time for Master Harmon's. You were watching mount videos. They're so much cooler now than what you had. Ah, cool. Yeah, I see some really nice stuff flying around. Like there's this a jet dragon thing. Like, oh my god, that's awesome. It's a jet dragon. Boop. Welcome back, Melchan. I'm told you have kindly set up some dummies for me. But gods, woman, Did you have to put them in such dangerous places? Yeah, I was kind of worried about that one that's in the middle of the bloody Corpse Brigade base. To make matters worse, Chituto's hidden my grog and says I won't see a drop of it till I finish training. How the hells am I supposed to loosen my phlegm now? That girl will make a fine guild master when the time comes. I heard about Rurukuta as well, of course. For all his shortcomings, the boy has a good heart. But while his concern is touching, I won't run from Wegfar. Not today, and not ever. On that note, I'd best get ready for my little jaunt to Little Alamigo. If I can't face down a few mindless beasts, I'm in no shape to challenge Wegfar. Don't slack off, Melchan, or I'll leave you in my dusty wake. Level 30, Return of the Holy Fist. That's a very triumphant title. I'm pleased to say I managed to find and thwack all the dummies. You did well to deploy them where you did, lass. Thanks to you, I almost got killed several times. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. I mean, that's not really true, but... And I'm feeling stronger than I have in ages. As a matter of fact, I reckon I'm not far from regaining my former strength. One last step will get me there, and I'll take it by having another bout with you, Melchan. I want you to meet me out in the Sagoli Desert, at a settlement called Forgotten Springs. The place is home to the most luscious Mikote maidens this side of Eorzea. Gods, I can't wait to take in their lovely forms again. Oh dear. Forgotten Springs. This is the clan of the U. All their names start with U. Bum, 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 bum. This landscape takes me back, it does. Sand as far as the eyes can see, crystal clear spring waters cooling your feet, scantily clad lasses giggling as they bathe and frolic. Oh, I will remember these things, but my body has forgotten the seamless combinations that earned me the epithet of Holy Fist. That's where I'd have you enter, Melchan. Sparring with you is what first got me back into the swing of things. Now it's time to finish the job. But before we begin, some warming up is in order. I want you to take yourself across the dunes to the south and defeat 5 sandworms. I'll be waiting for you here. What? Don't I need a warm-up too? Oh, don't you worry. I had mine long before you arrived. Those enormous buggers never knew what hit them. If you don't want to be outdone by this old man, you'd best run along and give them more of the same. Go kill 5 sandworms. Oh, you don't have to travel far for them. Pow! Oh, I never noticed they have a bunch of little legs. Ugh. Oh god, they're suddenly more creepy. Now they're like millipedes or something. Ooh. Who's this dude? Oh, an B rank. No, see ya. Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah, side quest. Yeah, these two who are bathing Like apparently after a hunt they come to bathe to wash off all the blood and dirt and all that. And yeah, and there's a side quest. There's a bunch of dudes just peeking on them, and you have to go and get rid of them. Oh. Aha. Training! Ah, so you've seen to the sandworms? Marvellous. Now the real training can begin. Thanks to you, I've managed to get most of my stamina back. I'm confident that I can go the distance with the fittest of them. But if I'm to defeat Wegfar, I'll need more than just endurance. I'll need to remember how each strike transitions to the next. And you're going to help me refresh my memory by pummeling the sense back into me. Use Snap Punch on Harmon Holy Fist 3 times. Hit me, Mo-chan, with everything you've got. Don't hold back. He's level 20. Oh, that's it. Give me more. Yes, this pain. I can feel it working. This feeling. This is it. Haha, this is what I call growing pains. Now he's level 25. Now we fight. This time I'm going to give as much as I get. I'm not finished yet. But he's using Fists of Fire, which we don't have access to yet. Ah, mark me. The next round will be mine. He's level 30. Nothing can keep me down. Brace yourself, Mo-chan. I've a mind to finish this. 100 fists, eh? Oh, I see. It's a speed boost. I'm nothing if not persistent. I have it. I've got it! As a river flows to the sea, heedless of all that bars its path, so too must our combinations be. Oh, that even rhymes. Thank you, Mo-chan. The raging torrent of your blows has been as a strike of lightning to my brain case. I remember everything. Master, it's Wegfar. The man is back in Uldar, and he's demanding that you fight him. Now. So it begins. Very well. I will go to settle the score with Wegfar. He will be the first to know that the Holy Fist has returned. Well, we just beat the hell out of him, so he's probably ready to go. Bum, bum, bum. Here he is. Big old butthead. Actually, the cat alarm's going off in a few minutes. Just make sure it doesn't go off while we're in the middle of this. Yeah. I didn't expect you to come so soon, if at all. You sure you want to go ahead with this? I'm a man of reason, and I'd sooner not have to hurt you. Just give up now, and we can put an end to this mummer's farce. You can live out the rest of your days in peace. The only mummer's farce I see is a man trying to squirm out of his own self-wrought challenge. Well, I'm going to make you the same offer. Walk away, and you won't get hurt. They say Harmon Holyfist is going to perform his legendary technique. Right here on the avenue? Is it safe? Haha, I see age has robbed you of your wits as well as your strength. Well, if you're so eager for pain, who am I to deny it to you? Just remember, there ain't no going back once your head goes flying. Door. Oh, we saw a little flash of what he looked like when he was younger. That was cool. Just like old times, Wegfar. Hurrah! Did you see that? Because I sure as hell didn't. He was too fast. No, this can't be. I refuse to be beaten by a senile old fool. Get your asses out here, all of you. In case you're wondering, that was Pluto. Just a draft of it, and your body turns hard as iron. Not even blades can pierce it. Stubborn bugger. Hey! Rivakuta? But why? I refuse to fight on the side of cheats. Say your prayers to whatever gods you keep. By the time I'm finished, not even your mothers will recognize you. Bum bum. Battle. Wegfar Wide Axe. I'll lop off your heads and shite down your necks. That's rude. You leave Wegfar to me. You heard Master Harmon. We'll take care of the minions. I have your back. Oh, he's doing big, like, sweeping attacks that are hitting his own pals. Bloody hells! Wegfar is maiming his own. Utter madness. Keep clear of Wegfar. Hey, come back. Ah, there's the healer. Couldn't find you. Now punch her. I punch you. Boom. You're tough as old mutton, Harmon. Mayhap I'll try somewhat tenderer, like a slice of your adorable students. No, Wegfar, it's me you wanted to fight. Watch out, Melchan, Wegfar comes. What a jerk. Hey, don't stand in that. No, they all stood in it. Yeah. Stun. Yeah. You did it, Master Harmon. You won. Master. No, Chichuto. We won. This victory wasn't mine alone. What does the music sound silly? We got silly music. Holy fisticuffs, that was incredible. You wiped the avenue with those crooks. I'm going to tell my grandchildren tales of what happened here. Sprightly septuagenarian. I've never even heard that word in my life. Our work here is done. Let's all go home. To the guild. That means 70-year-old. Oh, okay. Thank you. Right, to the guild. Here's Rirakuta. The guild hasn't changed one bit. I want to thank you again, Melchan. It's because of you I was able to rekindle my fighting spirit and conquer my demons. Perhaps even more importantly, Rirakuta's come to his senses, and Chichuto's back to her bubbly self. Please forgive me, Master. I will have no more to do with the Alacran. I will roam the land till I find myself, and strive to become a great pugilist like you. You've only just returned and you're leaving us already? I don't suppose there is aught I could say that will change your mind. But if you ever want for company or a sparring partner, know that you're always welcome here. Ha ha ha! Youthful vigor's a truly blessed thing. Go well, my boy. There's not a doubt in my mind that you'll do me proud. As for you, Melchan, your combinations were a sight to behold, and right painful to receive. In helping me with my training, you've come into your own as a pugilist. The time's ripe that I taught you the technique that won me countless bouts on the blood sands. I call it Demolish. Unleashed when in the Kuro form, it combines powerful punches and kicks that'll send your opponent reeling. You have grown strong, Melchan, but your journey as a pugilist is far from over. To get as far as I have, you'll have to overcome many and more trials and tribulations. But whatever challenges threaten to block your way, I'm confident that you'll be able to blaze yourself a path. So long as your spirit burns bright and your fists fly with conviction, there's nothing you can't achieve. I am the living proof. Forge onward, young one, and create a legend for yourself, never to be forgot. Bum, ba-dum. We did it! Learned Demolish. Which one was that? Oh, yep. Puts the damage over time on them. Ah, if it isn't my dear Melchan. Professor Eric the Long-Winded tells me you've made a monk of yourself, lass. Yeah, we'll get to that. You were ever one of my most inquisitive, so the news hardly came as a surprise. Needless to say, I'm very proud of you. We ought to go at it a few rounds again, just like the old days, eh? How are things? We've been getting a lot of young blood joining the guild of late. It's all I can do to remember their names. Considering the fine job she did training you, I've decided to place Chuchuto in charge of all the new recruits. As an added bonus, I've freed myself to chase after scantily clad maidens. Having said that, I must confess I haven't had any success in that arena. With my youthful vigour reclaimed, I thought that I was certain to be popular with the ladies again. I can't imagine what I'm doing wrong. What's a pugilist? And here I thought I was the one having trouble remembering things. Well, young'un, allow me to refresh your memory. It'll serve to refresh mine as well. A pugilist is an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Through vigorous training, he forges devastating weapons of his limbs. Having said that, fists and feet don't deal near as much damage as a blade. But what does that matter when you can land several blows for each swing of the sword? Aye, what a pugilist lacks in destructive force, he makes up for in speed and cunning. Rather than trying to deal great damage with a single blow, he pummels his foe with lightning-fast combinations. As an expert like yourself can attest, our combinations are so swift and seamless, folk can't tell when one technique ends and another begins. Does Chuchuto say anything different? Hello there, Melchan. I trust you've been keeping up with your training. Whenever you need a sparring partner, you need but ask. Yeah, I think we're done here with the pugilist stuff. Makes sense why this guy never gets to spar with the Holy Fist. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna feed the cat. And then we'll do monk, which is the final one. So let's set off the cat alarm. And I'll give you a full screen view of cute kitty. There's the cat alarm. Where is she? No cat? No sign of cat. Is she too deep asleep, maybe? Cleo! Cleo! Come here, sweetie. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Hello, sweetie. Were you asleep? How you doing? Hello, Bubby. You cute little Bubby. Yes, you're cute. Aww. Hiding from the cam, yeah. She's a good girl. Alright, I'm gonna feed her. Whoops, I messed up the webcam. Yeah, that looks like that's fixed. Idling camera. Camera. Idling camera. There we go. Hey, someone's got that, one of those yokai watch pets. There's apparently a big yokai watch crossover collaboration that happened. Okay. I'll give you some more Lost City of Amtapor, because it's the window I have open. Enjoy. And I shall be back pretty soon. Right, I'm back. Was this the same cat lad as we had before? That's pretty funny. Okay. Boop. Right, we're back. I shall just take another sip of water. Thank you, Tag. Alright. Let's go get my monk gear out the bank. For the quest line. And then we'll do monk. Boing, 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 boing. Person okay? That posture is a little sus. Anyway. Strange posture. How's my bank glamour drawer situation? I'm using over half my glamour space. And my bank is just constantly full. I'm constantly having to like juggle what gear what items I'm gonna need for crafting quests and stuff. It's a bit of a mess. Alright, armoire. Let's see, gallant. Here we go. Temple. Temple set. And the upgraded one is the melee set. Melee? I've always said melee. No, I've always said melee. I don't know if that's right though. Get the boots. Get some pants. Alright, 50, 50, 50, 90. Alright, we're ready to go. Wait till I start crafting. Rebuy the level 50 gear. Yep, cool. Thank you. Well, I'm wearing the monk gloves. Take that off. Sure, that'll do. Yeah, I've been doing a bunch of crafting, but I'm still getting there. Once I get through some more crafting, then I can get rid of all the mats I no longer need. So, been working on that on and off. Okay, turn on New Game Plus for Monk. Which of course starts over in the Pugilist Guild. I dig it. I respect it. Also, I haven't even hit the first expansion yet, so once I get into the expansions, I'll have so many different items because they'll all have their own gathering stuff. Oh, my head hurt. It doesn't, I'm just joking. Alright, take off the crystal. Oh. What if I just don't do gathering? Level 30. Brother from another mother. Tell me, do you know of Professor Eric? He is a scholar of Eorzean military history whose genius is second to none, and he is among our most valued clients. Some find him to be verbose, tedious, haughty. But never mind all that. The man spends more gil on a moon's research than most people see in a lifetime, hence our amicable relations. His latest work has him visiting the sites of ancient battlefields. He insists on surveying lands plagued by savage beasts. According to him, the beasts keep man away, and less intrusion by man means greater preservation. Whatever his reasons, should the professor meet an untimely fate, we will be unable to collect the gil he has borrowed, much less the interest. And, oh, it would be a terrible loss to the academic community and so on and so forth, yes, yes. The point is, the man must needs be guarded. To that end, I sent a monk of Alamigo to see to his safety. But it turns out the bloody oaf has no work ethic about him. Just like an Alamigan. A little bit of casual racism here. The professor cannot focus on his work if he feels endangered, and so has demanded we assign him a new bodyguard. That's why I'm so glad to see you, Melchan. The professor is awaiting his new escort as we speak, and I'd like for it to be you. You are yet a mere pugilist. Perhaps this task would provide some insight into what it is the monkhood does around here. Make for the Goldsmiths Guild, and there seek out our good Professor Eric. The professor claims he will pay his debt and the fees for his protection once his research is complete. See to it our investment doesn't end up under the paw or in the maw of some nasty beast. That's cute. Just a bunch of nonsense. How do I get out of first person? Nonsense. He hangs out at the Goldsmiths Guild. So we're going off to meet a professor. I guess he's a kind of scholar. Not actually the scholar class, but a kind of scholar. Goldsmiths. Here he is, Eric. Ah, my punch-prone maidservant, I presume. You may and shall call me Eric. You are to guard my life, even at the cost of your own, and aid in my revolutionary research whenever and however asked. Know that my primary endeavour is to reconstruct the military histories of old through the ethereal analysis of ancient battlegrounds. I assume the words conjure in your simple mind romantic images of vast plains and open valleys, with armies charging blindly at one another. False! I seek to know where the armies of old were deployed, where they made camp and marched. No doubt you think such lands to be those sung of in the songs of Bard. False! They are here, beneath our very feet, and to find them and determine precisely how events unfolded upon them is my purpose. No doubt you jumped at the chance to aid me in my work. Tell me, which of my treatises have you read? All of the... None? Gods, I knew you adventurers had a reputation for being unlettered. I didn't know you actually made efforts to remain so. It matters not. I require only that you work with diligence. Unlike that Widowgeld buffoon, that man proved to be sloth itself. Alas, he is a monk of Alamigo. I suppose the fool was too busy opening his chakra, or whatever it is those barbarians do all day. I admit he seemed keenly interested in my research, but now he's gone off to 12 nowhere and has yet to return. Do you understand the sheer magnitude of this inconvenience? Nod. Good, good. You show that much promise at least. But let us speak more of my work. Our first destination is the Sildi excavation site in central Thanalan. I believe events of great import to the history of Sildi transpired there. Surely if you have ears you have heard of Sildi? Or are you deaf as well as dull? Very well. I see you require some instruction. It would be remiss of me as an academic to allow you to wallow in such ignorance. Sildi was plunged into chaos in the wake of King Lelewefu's demise, or the King of Springs as he was known. Despite the success of economic reforms, blah blah blah, fomented unrest among the people, babble babble, resulting in violent outbreaks throughout the kingdom. Sildi was babble, sultan at the time, babble, distant descendant, babble, attack was ordered, babble. And so, babble, irony of ironies, babble, hadn't been for that horse, babble. Nod. Fascinating, is it not? It is enough to convince one things could not have happened any other way, no? False. One among my colleagues disagreed with this interpretation of events. He claimed to have evidence suggesting otherwise, but all trace of it disappeared before it was published. Mine own research shall unearth any such evidence, should it truly exist. I shall know the truth. Granted, you are not the brightest coal in the brazier, but surely such a prospect entices even you? And so, we make for the Sildi excavation site in central Thanalan. Travel the way before me to see that it is safe, and once there, set up this aetherometer. And, should you ever care to know more of the Eorzean military history, do come and see me. It is a personal crusade of mine, to guide the dullards of this realm towards some modicum of enlightenment. Yeah, this guy is a douchebag. Welcome, Ludist. Slaw bunnies. I don't know who that is, sorry. Alright, to the Sildi excavation site. Bum, bum. So this is where we went during the Hildegard stuff. Hildebrand, not Hildegard. Hello, you have a horse as well. Flying horse. Whoosh. Aetherometer, an odd contraption used for measuring surrounding aether levels. Well done. Now, we need only wait for the aetherometer to gauge the... Oh no. There are fiends about, Melchan. They are often drawn to the lingering sense of blood and death. Well, this is what you're here for. Have at it. God, these claws are so cool. Beat the bloody hells out of the blasted things. There are measurements to be taken. Yes, that's it. The data is flowing now. Oh, there's a big one. Ah, here comes a true foe. Oh, I'm not in a stance, am I? Most fascinating. This data will prove invaluable. Oop. Smack it, go on. But just watch it. Maybe my character's tripping. Widergoat. Widergoat? Widergoat. So good of you to drag yourself all this way, you purblind sluggard. Ah, and Mochan, you have far exceeded what admittedly low expectations I had of you. I suppose introductions are in order. Far be it from me to deny the realm's unread the comfort of one another's company. Widergoat, Mochan. Mochan, Widergoat. The monk I spoke of, sent to me by Gagaruna. I tried to make a pupil of Widergoat as well, but he has little mind for history. His primitive beliefs in the witchcraft of chakra and spiritual energies have a tenacious hold on him. Oh, truly? This is the area where there have been sightings of walking dead? I have heard the tales. Some claim they've seen an apparition wearing the garb of an ancient commander. Careful. There are still dangers about. His work is dear to him. That is good. He thirsts for knowledge, for truth. Discovery awakens him. You too have awoken, friend. Can you not feel it? Do not be frightened. Here was a battle, long ago. Much energy remains. It has found you. It flows through you. Your chakra has been opened. This was the light that shone from you. It is as Eric said. Widergoat is my name. I am a brother of the monkhood. My order is the Fist of Rauga. Our way is to train the body and mind. You were getting food? What's happened so far? So we're working for a professor who's an absolute douchebag. He's studying ancient battlegrounds. He's using like these instruments called aetherometers to measure the energy that's left over from the old battlegrounds because he's studying them. And he has hired this monk to protect him, but he kind of disappeared for a while and did his own thing, and now he's back. Yeah, we just fought a bunch of monsters at the ruins of Sildi, and something big and shiny happened. And so this guy says that our chakra opened, apparently. Hasn't really explained what that means yet, though. The fist is our weapon. With it, we put down our enemies. The energy within us moves the fist. The chakra is the seat of that energy. It is a sacred place. It can be opened, and the life force within controlled. Chakra exists in all that lives, in all beings, yet not all beings can open them. Much training is needed, and great discipline. With these, the life force can be commanded. There are those who require no training. Their inner strength is such that it forces the chakra open. I have heard of this happening, but never have I seen it. Until now. We're special no matter what class we pick. I see in you great conviction. You mean to walk the monk's path, and so I will give you this, a soul crystal, the mark of my order. None but a monk may hold it, and only then with the order's leave. But your chakra is awakened, that is clear, and so you are worthy. Many bore that crystal before you. It remembers them, their breath and their movement. They will one day be yours, but your chakra must open further. Only then can the crystal's memories enter you. This is no more than the beginning. Now you must train. Learn to control the life force within you. With time, you will master it. We stand on an ancient battleground. A great war was waged here. The spirit of the fight lingers. The aether reaches for the chakra. It aids in their opening. That is why we monks seek such lands. Eric seeks these lands for reasons of his own. The fates favour you in this. Follow him. Your chakra will grow ever more. Being special in games is supposed to help when you feel ordinary in real life? Yeah. It's just funny how it's like in every class quest. Professor Eric is leaving. Fear not. I will see to his safety. Please, sister, the aetherometer. Gather it, and bring it to the Goldsmiths Guild. Bye! Aetherometer. Now we go back to Ulda. So he hangs out at the Goldsmiths Guild. There he is, the professor. Well, look who has decided to grace us with her presence. Did you enjoy the saunter back? I was just about to begin my analysis, so if you have matters you wish to speak on, I'd ask that you save it for... Here's your aetherometer. You've brought the aetherometer. Excellent. I had a feeling you might not be entirely useless. Now, let us see what discoveries await. Why'd a goat passed along a soul crystal to you? Moved to join the monkhood by the bone-headed clod, were you? Well, I suppose it is for the best that my pupils get along. But I do believe I will see to it that you are sent to separate locations for the next round of measurements. And I dare say the land to which I intend to send you is fraught with dangers. You had best tread the monk's path quickly if you mean to defend yourself. And me besides. Monk unlocked. Guided by the souls of monks past, you have opened a chakra within you. Throw on the crystal. We learned a rock breaker. Ah, yep, that's this. Just a cool AoE. Boom! Looks cool. Insulted intelligence. Just the pupil I was hoping to see. I was a hair's breadth from setting out on my own. To look at you... Yes, I dare say you appear to have been growing in brawn at the expense of brain. Right, well, let us measure some aether, shall we? And by we I mean you. Oh, and the monk simpleton, of course. Though contrary to his nature, he has already set out for the destination I assigned him. Thinking perhaps that you are far too stupid to take, much less understand, etheric readings? It is true. You are stupid. But the Aetherometer shall do all the work for you, and transmit the data back to me. As souls more, suited to action, the monk simpleton and yourself need only carry the device on your person, and set about beating on things as you always do. It shall capture data as you trudge about hither and yon. Aether is not only the source of all magics, but also the fount of all life. Yet despite its ubiquity, it remains imperceptible. When a living thing dies, the aether comprising its life is released. When this discharge takes place, a portion of that aether remains, lingering in the physical world. No doubt you have babble, ethereal crystallizations, babble, physical manifestations, apparitions of the deceased, babble, luminescent glow, babble, known as the Ethereal Threshold. In short, the more violent and dramatic the loss of life, the greater the amount of aether left behind, either in its imperceptible form or in crystallizations. And where are the most lives lost in this manner? Cemeteries? No, false, you idiot. Battlefields. Do you not see? With etheric readings of those locations, we can discern the scale and more of the battles that took place there. As for those full beliefs the monkhood keeps, chakra and spiritual energies and whatnot, if I were to allow that they truly exist, I would be inclined to say they are one and the same as aether itself. The aether churning around these ancient battle sites comes to naturally settle in the surrounding life, both plant and animal, though more so in the latter. It accumulates within them. Felling these beasts then releases that aether, causing a surge that resonates with the aether within you, causing it to expand, the so-called opening of the chakra. By this, the very power of life itself within you grows. A watered-down explanation, but adequate for one of your mental prowess, I believe. Mine own wife never had the patience for such things either, nor my passion. She cursed me and my work, took our children, and returned to Alamigo. Well. Oh, but now is not the time for that tale. The area I am placing in your charge is Bloodshore in eastern Lenosia. Place this Aetherometer in an appropriate location, and after a spell, retrieve it and bring it to me. I obtain the data I require, and you and the monk simpleton are afforded the chance to indulge your, how shall I put it, charming little backward fantasies. All are happy. Ideally, I would prefer you have a knowledgeable understanding of Bloodshore's history, but I fear we lack the time for me to educate you. I need hardly tell you that my research takes precedence over your schooling. It's a mystery as to why she left. Yeah, I cannot solve that mystery. What a puzzle. Oh, Christ. What a person. Yeah, can you see now why I said he's a douchebag? Yes, that's who Lauren was referring to earlier. He's one of the most punchable characters. Alright, we've placed the Aetherometer here. Aetherbound Aurelia. Oh yeah, I've got the cool charge move now. Boom! Boom! Yeah. Oh, more. The ancient energy of the battleground opens a chakra within you. Nice. Back to the Goldsmiths Guild. Do, 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 do. We're back. Have you brought the aetherometer? No, I ate it. It seems the device has suffered some damage. I suppose such things are unavoidable in this line of work. I must see to its repairs at once. That is, after all, why I put up here at the Goldsmiths Guild. My aetherometer is no ordinary device. I came up with the elaborate design myself, had the finest engineers at Garland Ironworks draft the schematics, and then commissioned the most talented goldsmiths to fabricate it. Guild delivered the results of his outing not long ago. I must insist that you take your leave of me now. There is a wealth of data for me to analyse, and I fear that simply having you nearby will somehow affect the processing power of my brain. Repairing the aetherometer and determining which locations to next investigate will require some time. Why don't you go and train those muscles of yours, or whatever it is you do in my absence? You have opened a chakra! Hey, we got shoulder tackle. That's the charge move I just used. It's very fun. Vroom! Level 40. A slave to the ether. Ah, dear Melchan. So good of you to trouble yourself to come. Normally I might be cross, but my spirits are far too high just now, and it is you I have to thank. I speak of the data you procured. It is simply marvellous. You have a true gift for grunt work, my friend. I wish I had 100 more assistants just like you. I have been in this field for a very long time, and I have been alone. Ever since that unfortunate mould tea fungus culture incident sparked my passion for research. I want to hear more about that. Or do I? No, actually I don't. I regret nothing, Melchan. Save perhaps having to share so wondrous a world with souls as unlearned as yourself. Still, your performance has not left me completely bereft of joy. It is rewarding to think that my instruction has guided you to such success. There, how was that? Shall we dispense with any further pleasantries? Very good then. I made yet another career-defining discovery while pondering which battleground to measure next. Eorzea is home to numerous locations, where the Aether is in an intensely chaotic state, yet which never played host to any war. My hypothesis was that such flux in the Aether was indicative of a past battle, and all my research was predicated upon this. But turn the theory on its head, Melchan, if your mind is able. What if the people of the past chose areas of roiling Aether to hold their battles? I have already sent the simpleton monk to take measurements at the fine sand banks. As you are doubtless unaware, this lies on the border between Alamigo and Gridania, and was the stage of the Autumn War. I ask that you find our monk friend and collect his aetherometer. Manual and tedious, yes, but he has an early make of the device that is unable to transmit data. I gather the numbskull is in Little Alamigo in southern Thanalan by this time. You think I ask much of you? False. I ask more. Your other task is to travel to Snakemolt in the South Shroud, and there take measurements with your own aetherometer. I will continue with my research here in your absence. Mind you, if you care to know aught at all of the Autumn War and the fine sand banks upon which it was fought, I will gladly enlighten you. You need only ask. You'd like to say this guy's over the top snobbish, but unfortunately he's not. You don't think he's over the top? So he actually has... I'm going to turn off New Game mode. New Game Plus mode for a bit. He has some really good background info on the areas we're going to, which is just some more world building. So I'm going to read that, because I want to. There's a lot here. So we're up to fine sandbanks, I think. Sildian history. I need hardly mention that Sildian civilization is now centuries dead. Sildi was plunged into chaos in the wake of King Lalawefu's demise, or the King of Springs as he was known. Despite the success of his economic reforms, the tax increases he imposed did not sit well with his subjects. This, coupled with a prolonged sequence of untimely droughts, fomented unrest among the people, and in time sparked violent unrest throughout the kingdom. Sildi was not alone in its want for water. Uldar too felt the effects of the droughts. The Sultan at the time, Susagan ul Sisigan, but perhaps he recognised the Ul name? The current Sultana, Nanamo ul Namo, represents the second Ul dynasty. She is Susagan's distant descendant. Now, where was I? Yes, right, so Susagan ordered an attack on Sildi to claim the water resources discovered as a result of Lalawefu's flood control acts. But the royalty and nobility of Sildi would not remain idle. They mobilised their nation in the face of this crisis, and the people fought with great tenacity against the Uldan threat. The full strength of both nations met in battle, and the end result was an arduous, protracted conflict. Though arguably more desirable than surrender, the ruling Sildian elite took little pleasure in having succeeded in uniting the theretofore querulous citizenry to fight. For despite all they accomplished, every day spent waging war dragged the nation's financial affairs, which you will recall had only just been brought under control, back into the mire. To bring an end to the long military deadlock, Sildi devised and set about implementing a perverse yet ambitious strategy. It sought to zombify the deceased among its army, that they might fight again. At first it appeared to have worked, yet at the height of hostilities, the Sildians lost control over their necrotic creations. The undead turned on their masters, and before long, the zombification had spread to a majority of the population. Ever knowing an opportunity when they saw one, the Uldans used this to justify their war, now proclaiming it a crusade to send these zombies to Thule. After seeing to the extermination of all zombies outside the city, they then sealed the gates of Sildi, entrapping both the living and dead within. And that, in brief, is a history of the fall of Sildi. I only pray that your feeble mind is able to retain it. So, yeah, we know we've done the Hildebrand stuff, and we know that's fabricated history. That Uldar was actually the one that inflicted them with the zombie plague. But he don't know that, so what does he know? He's not smart at all, haha. No, there are really people with this attitude. Ugh. Yeah. It's true, isn't it? Ugh. The study of Aether. I shall tell you yet again of the study of Aether. As I laboriously explained, Aether is not only the source of all magics, but also the fount of all life. Yet despite its ubiquity, it remains imperceptible to the senses of man. When a living thing dies, the Aether comprising its life is released. It has been learned that when this discharge takes place, a portion of that Aether remains, lingering in the physical world. No doubt you have come across ethereal crystallizations in the course of your travels. All scholars now agree that these are the physical manifestations of great concentrations of Aether. I have a theory, however, that they are not the only such manifestations. Allow me to give an example even you can understand, that of ghosts, spirits, disembodied souls. Apparitions of the deceased come back to haunt and generally unnerve us? False! These are nothing more than the luminescent glow of ether in the atmosphere. It is possible, though highly unlikely, that you are asking yourself why a portion of the aether remains. Right, well, the amount of aether that can shift between the physical and ethereal realms in any given instant is limited. I call this the Ethereal Threshold. Any aether present in excess of that threshold is left behind. The more violent or dramatic the loss of life, the greater the amount of inner aether released to take the form of crystals, or remain imperceptibly in the atmosphere. And you surely recollect the scene I identified as the most apt to produce such violent deaths? On the field of battle! It stands to reason, therefore, that through the ethereal measurement of such sites, I will be able to reconstruct details of the wars waged upon them. And that, Melchan, is why this military historian has a deeply vested interest in the subject of Aether. Despite all we do know, however, many mysteries remain. The study of Aether will no doubt continue to yield fascinating and awe-inspiring discoveries for years to come. Of that I am certain. Foreshadowing perhaps? Hey Sanatukai, how are ya? Just imagine his head exploding like that guy from Scanners when we bring him Hildebrand and tell him this guy knows more about Uldan history than you. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Okay, we'll do Bloodshore and then Fine Sand Banks, and then we'll go to our next quest. Preparing for morning. Well, good morning, Sanatukai. Our morning exercise. Ah, cool. Very good. Very well. Prepare to learn all you ever cared to and more of the land known as Bloodshore. The sanguine nomenclature derives from a truly horrific battle which took place there some 50 years ago. The two greatest pirate fleets of the day, the League of Lost Bastards and the followers of Richard Mistbeard, met one another at sea just off the coast. To this very day, none can say with certainty who shot first, nor why. Mayhap there was no good reason at all. All know the two pirate leaders loathed one another, and when dealing with pirates, little more than that is needed to ignite a war. By the by, it just so happens that the head of the League of Lost Bastards, one Blowerfis, was father to the current Admiral of Limsa. It is told the old sea dog wished for his daughter to take command of his fleet upon his death. But that is a tale for another time. Suffice it to say, a shot was fired, and the mightiest pirate armadas in the realm came to fight one of the bloodiest naval battles in Eorzean history. All told, 7 galleys were sunk that day, and dozens of smaller warships. 4 of the 7 galleys went down in mere moments. When at last the smoke cleared and the cannons fell silent, hundreds lay dead on the ocean's bottom. It is said the foam of the tides was tinged red with blood for days after the battle, and bodies washed ashore for weeks to follow. Ew. So, as you can see, geography and history are inextricably linked. Regrettably, the region has recently been purchased by a wealthy Uldan merchant named Gegaruju. He has chosen to turn a blind eye to the land's history, and has taken to calling it Costa del Sol. And I believe I will stop there concerning Bloodshore, and allow your feeble brain to process all it has heard. Ah, Waffles. Road to 70 ran out. Every time you hear Sea Dog, you hear Sea Dog as in the voice actor. Oh, I haven't heard of Sea Dog. Fine Sand Banks. So this is where... what's his name has been sent right now. The Fine Sand Banks have a rich history indeed. They are found on the west shore of the Velodina River, at the foot of a now extinct volcano overlooking the Rothlit Sound. The area is a sedimentary basin, formed by the deposit of the fine silts and sands carried by the river. Today, it falls within Gridanian territory, but in days past it belonged to my own home nation, Alamigo. A century ago, King Manfred came to power in Alamigo and decided to expand the nation's territory in order to promote economic growth. To that end, he ordered the Alamigan army to undertake large-scale campaigns that would eventually lead to the onset of the Autumn War. Why we're not surprised that someone named Manfred started a war? Naturally, such action was met with vehement opposition from the other nations. Gridania, fearing encroachment along its border with Alamigo, placed the renowned lancer Vainchalon in command of its standing armies, and war began. His opponent was Gilbard, the great general of Alamigo, a fervent believer in the Fist of Rauga, and a man who enjoyed enormous popularity among the Alamigan people. The two leaders were loved by their troops, and at the outbreak of war, morale on both sides was very high. The armies clashed time and again, all along the border, neither general yielding an ilm. But in a galling twist of fate for Gridania, Vainchulon suddenly took deathly ill. After no victor emerged following the Battle of Fine Sand Banks, Vainchulon devised a new strategy. He ordered his forces to retreat to Camp 9 Ivies, fully intending for Gilbard to give chase. This would lure the Alamigos to terrain more favourable and familiar to the Gridanians. He died, however, before he was able to see his plan executed. Now, the man who would replace him, Osborne, was extremely ambitious and eager to prove his worth to the Seed Seers. Having neither the mind nor patience for Vainchulon's defensive war, however, he ordered a frontal assault on the Alamigan position. When Gilbard learned of this plan, if plan it may be called, he secretly deployed troops to the most vital points along the Fine Sand Banks. The Gridanian forces had scarcely entered the area before they began to suffer heavy losses from highly coordinated Alamigan ambushes. In response, Osborne ordered a forced march, permitting his troops no rest for several days as he attempted to surge through the region. Eventually, exhausted, the Gridanians came to entrench themselves on a hill. But this is precisely what Gilbard had wanted. He surrounded the hill with 6,000 soldiers to deny the Forestborn any hope of retrieving water, and then proceeded to rain down barrage after barrage of arrows upon the encampment. In this seemingly hopeless position, the morale of the Gridanians quickly dwindled. Following 2 failed attempts to break free, Osborne himself led the van in the third and final charge. In the end, Gridania was defeated. Osborne and several of his officers were captured, and the legendary staff Clawstrom, lent him by one of the Seed Seers, was taken. This abject defeat accounted for what little morale remained among his surviving troops, and they beat a desperate retreat to Five Hangs, with the relentless Alamigans harrying them every step of the way. Gilbard's victory brought him ever greater accolades from his country, and as a result, both he and the Fist of Rauga came to wield considerable political power. And that is a brief history of the Fine Sand Banks. No, you needn't thank me. Knowing there is a little less ignorance in the world is all the reward I require. Yeah, some really good history. And now Bloodshaw is full of perverts. Oh yeah, turn New Game Plus back on. So he's from Alamigo as well, just like the monk. He doesn't have much respect for the monk ways, though. Wider Guild, that's his name. I keep forgetting the monk's name. Whoosh! You have come far. It is good to see you, sister. You come for my aetherometer. It is not ready to give. My work is not finished. I came as soon as I was told, but the readings require more time. Do not worry. They will be ready soon. You make for Snake Malt in the South Shroud. Eric believes the Aether strong there, yet that land hosted no great battles. He told me as much this morn. Leave me to my task here. Make for Snake Malt. Take your readings. My work will soon be done. I will bring the device to you. I have troubled you to come here. I will not trouble you to wait. Go. We will meet again at Snake Malt, sister. Oh. Snake Malt. In the Shroud. Oh my god! Oh my god! What the hell is that? It's amazing. That is amazing. You like that? Same. I want it. One day I shall have it. One day. Unless it's a store mount. Alright, here's Snake Malt. Gnats. Rose. Oh, dead. Boom! The Aether of the land opens a chakra within you. Nice. Nice. If I ever meet that robot, I hope you like math. Oh dear. I do like math, actually. Okay. He was just hanging out watching. Well done, sister. I feel your chakra. It has grown. I hoped to arrive before you, but I see I am late. This land's power has gone to you. There is nothing left for me here. It is as I told you. We monks travel where aether flows strong. There we train. The power of the land enters us. Thus our chakra expand. This bonding causes great unrest. The land's energy becomes unstable. It will enter no other until it calms. I feel nothing here, as you would feel nothing at fine sand banks. That land bonded to my chakra, and its aether is now at unrest. The teacher's work means nothing. I took no readings. Well. Quick, name a prime number. 57. Is that a prime number? Yeah, I think it is. I meant to hasten here, but I was delayed. There was a gathering of the monkhood. I was summoned to Little Alamigo. The teacher's chidings? Worry not. I will use my device here. Any result will suffice. The man has already reached his conclusion. He will twist the data to fit. It is a sad existence, to sacrifice all for truth, yet be unable to truly know when one sees it. Speak not of this to him, sister. You see both our aims. You know mine to be more worthy. I tell this to you, you and you alone. I am of the Alamigan resistance. I fight for freedom from Garlemald. I just took a debuff. Oh god. This man walks so slow the turtle can catch up to him. I escaped the occupation. I have come here to fight, to gather allies and weapons. Oh yeah. But these lands sadden me. The people have forgotten. Alamigo is a distant memory. The resistance here is small. They aid where they can, but it is not enough. This war demands great power. That power lies in the chakra. The teacher is not an evil man, but he thinks only of his work, not the suffering of innocence. His knowledge can be used for good. The battlefields, they can turn the tide. The chakra of many must be opened. If this way is lost to me, no, I will have this power. I must. An end to oppression. An end to starvation. El Amigo will be made free. I will see it done. Forgive my speech. It is a matter close to my heart. I will give you my device, but I ask you say nothing of this to Eric. I beg you, sister. Well, I'm not going to make any promises. You usually walk as much as possible in RPGs, but when you got something like this game, how can you walk? Every place is huge, yes. Plus flying is just fun. Whoosh. Alright, back to the Goldsmith Guild. There's one thing that does peeve you in some MMO. What's that? With a couple of exceptions, the ARR zones are tiny. I look forward to seeing the later zones. Just gonna drink some water. Okay. I trust you have returned with both my aetherometers. Please tell me you fumbling dolts haven't managed to damage either of them this time. I mean, I will now. An odd contraption borrowed from Wadergelt, used for measuring surrounding ether levels. So we give him both. All looks to be in order here. These readings from your device, they look promising. Very promising indeed. I dare say this data may yield revolutionary results. Your chakra opened a bit more, did it? Yes, well, Aether is a most mysterious and wonderful thing. I am glad this meaningful research could serve your nonsensical ends as well. Now, leave me to my work. Surely you can find some simple way to pass the time. Fighting, say? Or, I don't know, scratching? How about punching you in the face? Bum, ba-da-bum. You have opened a chakra. Now we learn Fist of Fire, which we saw Harmon use Fist of Fire. It's a stance that increases damage dealt. Level 45. Professor Eric would have you do his bidding yet again. You two played me for a fool. The data the simpleton monk brought me was absolutely astounding. Groundbreaking. Revolutionary. Yet I remained objective in my analysis, as a scholar must. Poring over the data, I finally arrived at a disheartening conclusion. The two of you took measurements of the same area. The values were near identical, equivalences mocking me as I struggled to reconcile them. I could neither sleep nor eat, lest I waste time not drawing nearer the truth. And for what? Tell me, what is it you two were doing in the field? Bah, Not this bloody chakra nonsense again. How many times must I tell you? It is naught but imperceptible aether. Call it what it is. And to think I had a mind to put your names under mine when my hypothesis was published. This life force, this spiritual energy, this God's forsaken eternal soul essence. I care not what primitive nomenclature those backward monks wish to assign it. It is aether, plain and simple. They claim they are able to manipulate and amplify it through discipline and the opening of the so-called chakra. False! This is nothing more than the ethereal regulation of organisms, a basic and natural concept. In an attempt to explain that which science does not yet fully understand, the monks have erected an institution of control. Their preachings are unassailable by design, for none can disprove the existence of the unknowable. They promise power in return for abjection and servitude. Control and power, indeed, only that of man. It is the very essence of a religion, and should be treated with contempt, as all religions should. Yikes, dude. Aether resides in all living things, as do natural mechanisms with the capacity to regulate it. This is simply life, not some mystical supernatural endowment. I concede, of course, that the heightened mental faculties of man allow for the potential to gain conscious control over those mechanisms. Indeed, it would appear that you and the simpleton monk have already achieved that end. Ah, the indiscretion and impertinence of youth. I suppose it can be forgiven. Once. In my own youth, I was not the model of perfection you see before you. I too have made what some might call mistakes. Not myself, but some. In our talks together, the simpleton monk often spoke of the seventh chakra. Its awakening is thought to be the highest achievement of the monkhood. I make it a habit to know the tenets of my intellectual enemies. It was the flow of the aether within the two of you which betrayed your falsehood. The whispering of your chakra, as I'm sure the monks would rush to call it. But serendipity most often visits the industrious. Just so, it is precisely these ethereal whispers that prove to be the most intriguing. The waves of these sounds resonated perfectly with the aether of the battleground. What is he even saying now? I can see by your vapid expression that you are missing my point. Allow me to spell it out. It follows that if one were to visit a battlefield with a certain ethereal wave amplitude and frequency, it would resonate with one's own aether. This is the phenomenon responsible for the initial opening of your own chakra. I cannot believe I am being reduced to speaking in these terms. It stands to reason that for any ethereal wave, there may be a location that will resonate with it. Think of the implications, Mo-chan. If the seventh chakra the monks speak of truly exists, then so too must an ultimate battleground to bond with it. The concentration of ether in such a place would be unlike anything ever recorded. I forgive your past treachery. Guide me as it did to this great discovery. That, and I need you to do more work for me. Here, take this new aetherometer. Make for Lark's Call in the East Shroud. My research indicates it is a very promising tract indeed. Set up the aetherometer, as you have others in the past, and then kill whatever you must to obtain a strong reading. Slaying beasts there will release the aether of the land they are steeped in, and it may then resonate with your own. I suppose in the primitive terms of the monkhood, that will then translate to the expansion of your chakra. Oh, and you'll not be crossing paths with the simpleton monk this time. I will be sending him to take readings at East End. I've no intentions of allowing you two to conspire to impede my research again. If you care to know more about the events that have transpired at Lark's Call, I suggest you pay a visit to your local library. East End, on the other hand, is a fascinating subject, of which I never tire speaking. Ask me about it any time if your curiosity ever gets the better of you. When people make every single quest you travel from one country to another on foot, and then to solve that problem give them an auto track to destination. But when they tell you to hunt a specific thing, or find a specific landmark after the fact, they tell us we can go grab some water. I'm glad I don't think I've played mini games like that. That does sound annoying. Oh, should we hear the history of East End? Because I've forgotten what East End is. Let's find out. God, this guy's a douchebag. There's not many, but it happens. East End. East End is just that, the eastern end of the Black Shroud. The Autumn War marked the beginning of hostilities between Alamigo and Gridania. This is a continuation of the war story. The first major victory in that war came at the First Battle of Tenoka, and it belonged to Alamigo. Defeated, the Gridanians retreated to the safety of 5 hangs. The front was splintered, and afterwards they would resort to opportunistic ambushes and the constant redeployment of troops to continue their resistance. The Alamigans, confident of ultimate victory, enjoined Gridania to surrender. As conditions, they demanded that all of the east and portions of the central shroud be relinquished, and perhaps more disturbingly, that the Seed Seers be taken as wards of Alamigo, where they would be met with no harm. Needless to say, Gridania refused. Providence was to be delivered to the Forestborn by the neighbouring nation of Ishgard. Wary of Alamigo's ambitions for the region, the Sea appealed to Limsa and Uldar for aid. The three joined Gridania in her declaration of war against Alamigo, and sent troops to reinforce the front. So that's quite different than more recent history, with Ishgard actually helping. But this was far from a gesture of charity. It is easy to see what the motives of the Sea were. Should certain sections of the Black Shroud be annexed to Alamigo, Ishgard's southern and eastern borders would become extremely vulnerable to a possible invasion. There you go. For their part, Limsa and Uldar had virtually nothing to lose by entering into the war, and yet everything to gain by curbing the power of Alamigo in the realm. Even more, victory would place Gridania in their debt. And so it came to pass that these 4 great nations joined into a grand alliance to combat the advance of Alamigo. The fighting which was to follow would later be named the Second Battle of Tenoka. The heaviest and most devastating combat took place on a tract of land called East End. In the beginning, there were several small-scale skirmishes, but the Allied powers succeeded in foiling the stratagems of Alamigo at every turn. Feeling the tide begin to turn against them, Alamigo dispatched its pikemen, known far and wide for their effectiveness against mounted units, such as the Knights of Ishgard. To rally the troops even more, King Manfred himself took to the field to lead them. At first, it seemed as though Alamigo had succeeded in reversing its fortune, as the Allies began a slow retreat towards East End. This was a clever ploy, however, designed to lure the pikemen into the dense growth of the forest, where their long polearms would be unwieldy and near useless. It was during these days that the archers of Gridania would prove their value beyond the bow, singing songs of heroism and glory in the field to bolster the allied troops. The origin of the bard. It is said that this gave birth to the bard tradition. The archers of Gridania excelled at combat in the dense vegetation of the Black Shroud, and their arrows inflicted heavy casualties on the Alamigans. In the end, General Gilbard was slain, King Manfred severely wounded, and Alamigo completely and utterly defeated. And that is a brief summation of the history of East End, site of the end of the forest, and the end of the war both. Do you know, I can almost feel you getting less stupid, Milchan. We learned all about the war with between Alamigo and Gridania. That's cool. Retreat. Well, having quest markers was huge when it first came out. Yeah, they like in initial development, apparently they weren't really going to have quests. They was just going to be grinding up to level in original WoW, and they Started bringing in some quests just as an extra thing to do. And it was so popular in the beta that they, or the alpha, I'm not sure which, they shifted to a bigger focus on quests. Whoosh! Alright, we're going to Lark's Call, which is near Sylphlands. Add a mark on a map. Novice network. Control. Ah, you figure it out. Whoosh. There's a fate! Eh. I'm doing quest. Alright. A thermometer. Target's not in range. Here we go. Etherbound Kern? Okay. What is that exactly? Are these zombies? More! The Aether of the land opens your chakra. Chakra, chakra, chakra. Open my chakra. Chakra, chakra. The Aether of the land gives you pants. Made it a staple, and then every MMO dev and their mum started copying WoW quest lines. But realised they were not getting as much traction because they forgot to program a good game behind it. The MMOs of Zeros to 2012. God, there were so many there were so many other MMOs. They're all the WoW killer. I very much look forward to the readings of both your and wider guild's aetherometers. What's this? You've already finished? Then what are you standing there talking for? Come, come, give me the aetherometer. There you go. Amazing. Simply amazing. And your soul crystal. It's glowing more vibrantly than ever before, is it not? I will begin my analysis of the data with all haste. You've come to be quite the model pupil, Melchan. Would that I could say the same of the monk simpleton. Oh, I can see the feeble gears turning in your mind. Come, there is no need to feel shame at your ignorance. If you wish to know what has transpired, you need only ask. I promise to use small words. You've opened a chakra within you. 4-point Fury. That's an AoE move. Oh, wrong button. Whee! The break dance. Now I can break dance. Woohoo! Good vibrations. The simpleton monk asks that I send you his way should I see you. He waits for you at Little Alamigo in southern Thanalan. Surely you see Wadagelt for the danger he is? His is the most dangerous type of mind, one blinded by revolution and revenge. I do wish you'd tell him yourself that people should live for the future rather than the past. You thought I did not know he was of the Alamigan resistance? How saddening it is that on the rare occasions you do trouble yourself to think you are wrong. Of course I know. What manner of imbecile do you take me for? No doubt Wadagelt thinks me the idiot. False. These two eyes see far more than you know. I, too, am an Alamigan, and love my homeland every bit as much as he. Go now. Hurry to Little Alamigo. I will keep you no longer. No doubt Wadagelt is already awaiting your arrival. It's kind of like a running theme of these two characters underestimating each other. With Wadagelt underestimating his research and him underestimating just monkship in general. There was a new free-to-play Korean MMO every week for a while. Ugh. Except the guy who made the StarCraft mod to WoW for a private server. Really? I hadn't heard about that. That sounds cool. Can we punch Eric for every paragraph he spew? Yes. I wish. Oh, I wish. Bunny! Wait, no, is that a bunny or is that a teddy? It's a teddy! Totally. Oh, it's a pig! It's a pig! It's a pig. I figured it out eventually. Wadagelt. You spoke to Eric. Do not lie to me, sister. You told him who I am, what I seek to do. I am not angered. He tried to sway me from my path. He believes resistance will only leave more dead. I expected as much from him. I feigned understanding. He asked much of me, of the monkhood and the fist. He asked of the 7th chakra. My answers excited him. He said they would advance his studies. I too learned from him. I am nearer the 7th chakra now. Soon the resistance will rise. You too will see. Very soon. Others do not understand. Alamigo tried to protect them. We were the shield of the realm. We bled to fend off Garlemald. None here know our suffering. None here can imagine it. The lives we led after the fall, after the shield was sundered. I have travelled far and wide. I have met many souls. But none are as you. You have a gift. Yours is a great strength. Unite it to ours, sister. Help us reclaim our home. Your efforts will be rewarded. Look upon my garments. This is the war garb of the monkhood. It attunes to the wearer's chakra, enables it to realize its fullest expression. The cloth is imbued with the power of Rauga. Only monks of his fist may don it. Only those who overcome many trials. I will tell you how it can be yours. Fear not. I require you to speak no vows. I ask only that you fight with us. Give yourself to our cause. You long for adventure. I understand. But such longings can wait. This cannot. See Alamigo freed. Then enjoy your own freedoms. What say you, sister? Give yourself to his cause? Yeah. You have the heart of a true monk. You are different from the others in this realm. Hear this. A set of our war garb was stolen. The fist has tracked the bandits. We know now where 3 of the relics are. Here in southern Thanalan, the Sepulchre and the Circle of the Tempered. And in northern Thanalan, the abandoned Amagina Mithril Mine. Your soul crystal will react to the relics. Draw near them, and they will glow. By this power, you can find them. The Fist's honour has been trampled upon. Make the heretics you find pay for their sins. Eric has sold his soul to this land, but he is a knowledgeable man. He knows more than I of the monkhood, and of the Fist. Speak with him, if you would know more of our way. The man revels in hearing himself speak. So true. Yeah, I keep hearing City of Heroes was really good. It's such a shame when MMOs shut down and they're just gone unless people are able to emulate them correctly. I await the day we fight side by side, sister. Go now, and go well. Alright, go collect things. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I love it! Oh, that's right, that's a mount, isn't it? Oh, that's so good. I must have it at some point. Oh. Is it a store mount? Oh, wow. One of the Yokai Watch ones. That's cool. That is cool. I wonder if they'll bring that event back. It's a cute mount. We found out Mabinogi was still going and gotten so much better. I have no intention of going back. Ah, Mabinogi. I haven't heard of that one. If Champions Online is still around, they were basically the same game. Ah, cool. Christmas. Ah, cool. Shall look forward to the Christmas stuff. Alright, let's go collect goodies. Where's the ones here in Southern Vanillion? No, it doesn't want to show me? Okay. I shall go where the quest... Oh no, here we go. Circle of the Tempered. Whoosh! The Yokai stuff came back last year, after being gone for 2. Ah, nice. Alright. So it'll probably come back at some point in a few years. Kind of like how the FF15 stuff is coming back in September, was it? Yeah. I'm so excited. Found a box. I got gloves. Oop. Catches. Boy, am I glad I can fly. Up here. I must have that car. I will have that car. I've got to remember, it's going to cost MGP, so I've got to remember to hold on to a bunch of MGP for it. Did enjoy Vindictus for a while. It's a jank-ass game, but it was super fun. Oh, I haven't heard of Vindictus either. There's a bunch of MMOs I hadn't heard of. Hello. The person you're talking to is dead. Doesn't care. Boom! Pants! Pants. Now we got some pants. They're very yellow. And very good story. Ah. I heard there was another MMO that apparently had a good story. It was I don't remember what it was. It was set in like a modern day apocalypse world. And it had a lot of kind of like ARG puzzles. We had to like go Google stuff. I heard that had a really good story. But I don't remember the name. It's very Celtic mythos. Oh. Also hope they do cross-server stuff soon. Your main character has a bunch of free mounts. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think they said that it's actually coming before Endwalker. Or at Endwalker. It might even be before. So it's pretty close. Not long now. Oh, hello, you're level 49. Alright, I guess I shall fight you. Bleh. Oh! There's a grenade. Oh, okay, no, I thought the grenade was coming for me. But nope. 7 pages of minions? Nice. Boots! I got little bootsies. Yarr. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard this music before. Special fate music, I think it is. Okay, back to Way to Goat. Mabinogi had a fun thing where you can make a 10-year-old character, and every week it's your birthday. The younger your character, the easier for them to learn skills but are weaker. But as they get older, it's harder for them to learn but they get stronger. Huh, that's interesting. You kind of choose how quickly you want to level up. It's kind of cool. You have returned. The first 3 relics are yours. And now, the Fist has located the 4th. There is a Kikun merchant who deals in contraband. The 4th relic is among his wares. Hurry to Lower Lenosia. Find this Kikun. Take back that which is now yours by right. Boop. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, da, 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 dun. Dark skies. When rain's implemented really well in a game, I actually get a chill. As if like, oh, it's cold, it's raining. And I'm like, no, it's actually not cold. I'm like, I'm really warm at the moment. Kikun Trader. Stinky Aura, come to stop Kikirune's business. Come to take shinies. Kill her! Kill the Stinky! But I just showered. Do I... Hmm? Vroom! A menacing mercenary. I'll be the judge of that. Cook. Whee! Boom! Boom! Yeah, Monk's pretty fun. I enjoy Monk. It's got good animations too. Whee! Like that. Case in point. Don't kill Kikirune. Please don't kill. Take back Monk Circle. Take and spare. Hat. We got a hat. Looking much more monk-like. characters were not tied to a job, so they can just learn whatever they want and use whatever they want. Ah, nice. You can even say go for a warrior build, but just want to learn that one magic, you can do that. Oh, that's cool. Was there a limit to how much you could learn, or could you just learn everything if you really wanted? The 4th relic is now yours. You have done well, sister. But know this, there is another relic. Oh really, you don't say? A 5th and final piece. It will be yours. A gift from brother to sister, given on the day Alamigo stands free once more. That day is near. Eric sent word not long ago. He claims his revolution has begun as well. His revolution has begun as well. He has made a grand discovery, and is now setting it to paper. I look forward to his work. With it, we will know all we must. The day he finishes will be the day Alamigo is reborn. Return to him now, sister. Ask for yourself when that day will be. May Rauga watch over you. You can learn everything if you wanted, but usually to level certain skills you have to do specific tasks to advance it. Ah, okay. Either defeat specific enemy with a certain skill, or make enemy read a skill you're using to make them react. That sounds cute. That sounds cool. I like that kind of thing. I don't know why I said cute, I meant cool. I'm afraid I haven't the time for you now, Melchan. I am penning my thesis based on the ethereal data you and the simpleton collected. There have been significant developments since last we spoke. Or, rather, since last I spoke, and you stood before me with that ever-vapid expression. Soon I will complete my work, and present it at a conference of my peers. Surely you can pass the time until then, punching and kicking and pursuing other monkly interests, yes? Go do that, then. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-ba-da-bum. We'll read some more lore from him before we continue. We've got quite a few entries left. I don't want to have to read them all in one go. What's he got left? So Monks and the Fist of Rauga. Okay, so I think it'll be these two that we got in that last quest. Monks and the Fist of Rauga. The Monks and the Fist of Rauga are interesting in the same way as any other organised religion. A sad, pathetic and humorous way. This guy sucks. The brothers and sisters of the monkhood are those souls training in the service of Rauga, god of destruction among the 12. The Fist of Rauga is their order. This barbaric cult traces its origins back several centuries to Alamigo. That simpleton Weidergelt is one of their number. The Fist teaches those foolish enough to listen that through rigorous training of the mind and body, and with constant invigoration and refinement, one can approach the sublimity of Rauga himself. Such is their power of concentration that they are able to master the aether within their bodies and channel it in a manner that grants them immense destructive power. The monkhood insists on calling this internal essence spiritual energy or life force, but trust me when I say it is nothing other than aether. Endowed with this brutish, unthinking gift for hitting things very hard, the entire cult has evolved into a sort of clergy with martial proclivities. This was no doubt a result of their main temple being located in Gir Abania, a region plagued by warfare, where knowing how to protect oneself is essential. As the years passed, however, what began as a simple group of religious fanatics fighting to protect themselves grew into an ambitious organisation of religious fanatics taking part in the region's power struggles. Those in power in Alamigo grew wary of these war priests, who proclaimed all their fights to be fought in the name of a god, and who employed deadly force without the slightest hesitation. And so, rather than make enemies of the monks, they decided instead to use them to their benefit. Through affiliation with the Alamigan royal family, the Fist of Rauga was incorporated into the nation's standing army. This not only granted the monks a great deal of power, but furnished them with all of the rights accorded protectors of the citizenry, and their political influence was still growing. Or attend class for magic. Fun little mechanic where if you use food around a campfire, you share the food buff and health gain. If the person succeeded in the minigame, when creating the food, it get high tier and the character will enter a cutscene of hallucinations. Oh, that's amazing. Like one chicken rice dinner, have you enter a vision of you bowing to a giant chicken. That's amazing. I should open my map. Where's that? Oh, you wanted to see where I am? I'm in the Goldsmith Guild. The fate of the Fist of Rauga. I confess I find great joy in studying the demise of a religion, and even greater joy in recounting it. This guy sucks! The power of the Fist of Rauga grew unchecked in Alamigo, and it was eventually named the state religion. After this, its influence over political, economic, and cultural spheres of life became even more considerable. Needless to say, this did not sit well with one and all. Pull out and look at Eorzea? Ah, okay. I shall do that. Among them was the last and most ugsome of the Alamigan royalty, the King of Ruin, Theodoric. The rise of the Fist meant a potential rival for power, and he would not suffer the monkhood to encroach on his prerogatives. To counter their claims of religious righteousness, he simply conjured his own out of thin air, proclaiming that the throne was his by divine right, given him by the word of Naimea herself, Master of Rauga. He then banned the worship and likenesses of Rauga and all other gods, and demanded that the prayers and praises of Alamigo be given to Naimea and her alone. In doing so, he sought to establish his own absolute, uncontested rule. Naturally, the Fist and other worshippers of Rauga throughout the nation rose in protest, precisely as Theodoric had known they would. He used the uprisings as a pretext to imprison several high-ranking monks, whom he then tortured until they confessed their order's plans to topple his rule. In 1552 of the 6th Astral Era, Theodoric led a vast army to the site of the monkhood's main temple and surrounded it. Monks, novices, and devotees, including the elders, refugees seeking shelter after the fires of war had turned their homes to ash, servants and peasants hired to do no more than till the fields. None were left alive. So he takes great joy in recounting this tale. The monks fought heroically, but were hopelessly outnumbered. With the massacre of that day, nearly all of the monkhood perished. The elders, the keepers of the tradition and its knowledge, resided within the temple grounds. It was thought that all versed in the ways of the chakra were lost. But then what of this Widogelt simpleton? Just who is he? Perhaps the end of the Fist was not the end of the monks after all. Condescending much? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so the Alamigo's over here. So the map, it does unfortunately spoil where we're gonna go in later expansions. Seeing as it's a thing I can click on, I know it's a place we can go. Ah well. Right. Turn New Game Plus back on. I suppose that kind of thing is unavoidable. And the sound of goldsmithing being done is a little harsh on the ears, shall I say? Alright. Level 50 quest. 5 easy pieces. My theory was correct. Correct, I tell you. This will be the greatest academic breakthrough of my lifetime. Perhaps of all lifetimes. I shall spare you the details of my experiment, as you are not like to comprehend their significance anyway, and proceed directly to the all-important conclusion. The announcement of my theory before a council of my peers was met with thunderous applause. And to think, I owe it all to a vacant-eyed adventurer and a simpleton monk. Both you and the Pugilist Guild that sent you are due a debt of gratitude. Speaking of the monk, where in Eorzea has the semi-literate oaf wandered off to? I took note of his attendance among the spectators at the conference, but he has yet to present himself and offer his congratulations. Ah! What have I done? Mo-chan, I fear the words I offered may have driven Weidegout to attempt the insane. I analysed the ethereal waves of your bodies, second by second. I was able to isolate and identify those of the final ethereal regulation mechanism, the so-called 7th chakra. From that, I was able to find the land which was most likely to resonate with those waves. Silver Tear Falls! I went to the site myself to investigate, and it was there that I made my great discovery. The discovery of the century. It occurs to me that you shall never accomplish such a feat of the mind, Mo-chan, and I find myself pitying you. But I digress. Do you not see what I have done, Mo-chan? I have told him precisely where he must go to unlock the 7th chakra. He has given his life to the fight to reclaim Alamigo from the Empire. More than anything, he desires the power needed to achieve that end. The power to combat the might of all Garlemald. Any fool can see that. Almost any fool can see that he imagines the 7th chakra to be that power. Yet battling the Empire on such terms will only result in another tragedy, like that which befell Alamigo. I pray you do not mean to follow him in this fool's crusade. He has gone to Silver Tear Falls in Mordona. I am certain of it. You must go, Mo-chan. You must stop him. My words will not sway him, just as they could not sway my son. Perhaps yours will. Not what happens there. It is really cool to know how deep the lore was at that stage. Yeah. They've really thought out so much of the world. It's so cool. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's a spider tank! How am I still seeing so many new cool mounts? Oh, I must have that. So many cool mounts. Looks like he fought some Garlean soldiers. Oh yes, let's put on our final piece just so we get to admire it. What the set looks like. Even though we technically don't have it yet. You claim the power of Garlemald? Fools. Power outside your own cannot be trusted. You had no hope of defeating me. The 7th chakra swirls within me. Soon it will open. When it does, the Empire will burn. Oh, it's gone Super Saiyan! The power of Magitech, the power of Garlemald. They are nothing. Alamigo fell to these. Ah, sister, you are late. But perhaps that is best. I have just attended our Garlean guests. I wanted us to be alone. Eric was right. This is the place. You have come. Our chakra beat as drums. Do you not feel it, sister? Living in constant fear of death, struggling to stay warm enough to sleep, eating crumbs to fight hunger. Garlemald took everything from Alamigo. They left us nothing, not even our pride. Look to the craven teacher. He is proof of the truth I speak. I will reclaim it. All of it. But I need great power to do so. That power rests in the 7th chakra. I made you a promise. I have not forgotten. The 5th and final piece. It is yours to claim, but only if you defeat me. I told you when we first met, we monks seek sacred ground. There we train. That is how the chakra are opened. The teacher told me himself. This is where the 7th chakra opens. This is my sacred battleground. The ground of battle between you and me. Your strength has peaked. Through it, mine will grow. Do not despair. Your death will have purpose. It will be for Alamigo. Rejoice, sister. You shall die a martyr. Wow. He's also a jerk. Why'd I go the Watcher? The 7th chakra must be opened, and only your death will serve. Alamigo thanks you, sister. Well, these things are weak. The 7th chakra begins to open within you. Feel my wounds knitting. That's cool. The 7th chakra, yours, has begun to open. The energy wells within me. Come, let us end this now. What are you going to do with that? But only one can, and it will be mine. The future of Alamigo depends on it. Oh yeah, I'm not in a stance. Pop! Kicked you on the head. So close. Why? Why will you not yield your power? For the greater good. Stay back. This power is mine. The others of Eorzea ignore our suffering. Why should I care for their lives? Why should I care for yours? I must have that power. I must protect my people. Melchan, that power. That light! Never have I seen any like it. Is this the opening of the 7th chakra? Fascinating. Simply fascinating. He looks like a Hildebrand. He does, actually. Looks like it looks like I was going to give him a pat. A snob and a zealot. What? Yeah, the poor hero of light. Has to deal with all kinds of interesting people. You have no mind for study, but your gift for fieldwork is extraordinary indeed. Have you seen my scholar class? It's like level nearly 60, okay? It's better than yours. Why? Why did you strike me? Silence, you bloody fool! You oaf! You idiot! I would strike you 1,000 times more if it did not pain my hand so. Next time, I shall bring a stick. Bugger opening your infernal chakra, and open your bloody ears for once. Sid Garland of the Ironworks, that bear his name, once wrote that these Silver Tier Falls lie at the centre of our world. Our world is round, and we live on its surface. Even you should see, then, that he did not speak of a centre in the physical sense. I am no astrologer, nor a biologist, but I have studied enough of the various sciences to say this. The vital energy of Hydaelyn, that which is called Aether, is one and the same as the life force in which you monks believe. As the centre of our world, these Silver Tier Falls are connected to what you call chakra in an inexplicably profound way. We all share in the same existence. We are neither separate nor distinct from the world. Our energy and its energy are one. At times, that energy may wreak havoc and destruction, but it plays a far grander and more significant role. To bring forth life as part of this world, you must endeavour to do the same. You sought only to gain power by force. In that, you are no different than the very Garleans you seek to destroy. Is this what you truly wish to be? You speak pretty words, but would you speak them to our people, to every soul who has suffered? To children with empty bellies? To wives made widows? I would. To every last soul among them. Even if they failed to grasp their meaning, as you do now, I would and will speak those words until they are understood. Long have I studied the history of this realm's wars. If there is aught I have learned, it is that there is no future for Eorzea should her people struggle and vie for power, without considering the consequences of their doing so. With great power comes great responsibility. To seize the former and deny the latter is to beget despair. The duty we owe to one another, and to this world as part of it, is to use what power we possess to deliver a future full of life, not death. Can you truly not see the right in this? You have done the realm, indeed the world, a great service, Melchan. As a scholar, as a teacher, as an Alamegan, as a man, I offer you my deepest thanks. Oh, thanks. Do I get to punch you in the face now? No? Okay. Aether imbued with an ancient fighting spirit opens your chakra. Widergelt is stubborn, as most monks are. I do not know if it will be possible for him to change his mind, but I pray he does, for his own sake, and for the world's. He calls you his sister. Go now, speak to him as one. Not long ago, I spoke with a man, an Alamegan. He too was of the Resistance. He asked me a simple question. Why do I fight? I did not hesitate. I did not think. The word came of its own will. Revenge. He said revenge is in all our hearts, that it is the most common of reasons, the easiest, and the most dangerous. I did not think on it then. Perhaps now I should. I thought of nothing else, but you thought of me, sister. You and the teacher. For that I thank you both. I made a promise. I will keep it. The 5th piece is yours. It is meant for you, for one whose 7th chakra is open. Alamigo fought to protect itself, to protect all Eorzea from the Empire. And yet we are despised, ignored. Worse, we are forgotten. Even so, the teacher preached peace. For a long time I did not understand. I hated him for it. Alamegans are a proud people. This pride is strong in me, and in the teacher, as it was in his son. He fought in the Resistance, yet it cost him his life. He, too, cursed his father for being a coward. I wish I could speak to him. I wish to tell him this is not so. Farewell, sister. May Rauga watch over you. And there you go. No worries, Sanatuko. Thanks for hanging out. We're about finished here anyways. Yeah, he gave us the final piece, which was his own. A new chakra. And that's the monk quests. Well, not a huge fan of them. There's plenty I like more. Because I didn't get to punch that asshole in the face. Give that dude a monocle so he can fulfill on becoming the Legend of Hildebrand. Oh, that'd be great. Back to order. We had some last history for us. About Silver Tier Falls, which I'm guessing is going to become very important. Or is already important, but it's probably going to feature more in the story, is my guess. You who have journeyed the realm, borne witness to ethereal wonders that shape our very destiny. You whose 7th chakra has begun to open. You would pose to me an inquiry befitting a suckling babe? You are either a woman of rare enlightenment, or a fool. Silvertear Falls. My dear, poor Melchan, what you do not know about Silvertear Falls could fill a book, and has multiple times over, I'm sure. Since ancient times, the falls and the regions of Mordona in which they are located have been believed to be the seat of a great spiritual energy, as less advanced peoples were wont to call it. So old are these beliefs that the tomb of Xande himself, the first emperor of Alag, was built deep beneath the surface of Mordona, in the hope that the mystical power which resided under the lake would raise him from the dead. Oh, there are any number of legends and myths surrounding the place. I think the oldest and most widely known would have to be that of the Dragon of the Falls. I do not claim to be a folklorist, but I can certainly provide the general tale. There was the birth of Althic, god of time among the 12, and in turn, his younger sister Nymea, goddess of fate. And then there was water, and through it Silvertear Falls came to be at the centre of all that was. Here was the source not only of water, but the fount of all magic as well. Now, when water came into being, so too did the great dragon Midgard-Sorma. Brother Time and Sister Fate, fearing the falls might fall into the hands of evil, ordered Midgard-Sorma their protector and warden. Much later, with the arrival of man, would Midgard-Sorma be worshipped as the guardian deity of Silvertear Falls. Have you been to Silvertear Falls, Melchan? Kind of. Or are you as untravelled as you are unread? Have you gazed upon the enormous dragon corpse, frozen as a statue with wings outspread? If you have gazed upon Midgard-Sorma. That tragedy is but 10 years old. After invading my home of Alamigo, the Garleans launched a fleet of airships, led by the monstrosity Agrius. They flew for Silvertear Falls, knowing them to harbour the greatest concentration of ether. And then, as those horrific instruments of evil loomed overhead, casting the dark shadow of death, the surface of the lake suddenly parted and burst skyward as Midgard-Sorma emerged to defend his waters. The battle between Midgard-Sorma and the Agrius has since come to be known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies. The dragon fought with divine strength and purpose, and after a fierce and grueling struggle, succeeded in bringing down the airship. As it fell into the lake, the impact caused the ceruleum on board to detonate, and Midgard-Sorma was killed, his corpse charred black in the conflagration. The structure formed by the wreckage of the Agrius and the entangled remains of Midgard-Sorma is now called the Keeper of the Lake. For many religious and mythological enthusiasts, it stands as proof of the existence of the gods. For most people, however, it serves as a grim reminder of the horrific, dare I say deicidal, power of Garlemald. Why did that dragon appear that day? Was it truly the Midgard-Sorma, the legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls? Such questions and more remain unanswered. For my part, I make the entire debacle for an elaborate Garlean fabrication. Acted out to near perfection. But let us put aside dragons and empires, and speak instead of mine own latest discovery at the lake. The aether of the area is in an extremely chaotic state. I had long thought this to be a result of the Battle of Silvertear Skies, but have learned that this is not the case. The disturbances I have observed do not all derive from a single source. Beyond the imperceptible aether emitted by the Keeper of the Lake, there are even stronger ethereal waves coming from deep below the earth to the east. I studied them in great detail, and learned that they are coming from a massive tower that was buried deep below the earth at the time of that battle, the Crystal Tower. To think I had stumbled upon this legendary structure, the very height of elegant civilization and technology. The shifting and grinding of the earth caused by the calamity woke the tower from its slumber of some 5,000 years. And, having since slowly risen from its earthen tomb, the tower pierces the skies once more. You must someday gaze upon it with your own eyes. Thanks, I think I will. It is truly a sight to behold. Yes, I can still recall the thunderous applause of my colleagues when I presented my theory of the tower. They were a great deal more grateful than you, that much is certain. There is a team of scholars who specialise in the study of all things Allegan. They are known as the Sons of St. Koinuk. At present, they are focusing their efforts on testing the validity of this theory. I very much look forward to news of their findings. Oh my god, he doesn't think Midgard Storm is real. Oh my god. And finally, the last king of Alamigo. As I likely explained if you have ever bothered to ask me about monks and the Fist of Rauga, the King of Ruin, Theodoric, was a ruthless despot and tyrant. It should come as no surprise, then, that he was the last king of Alamigo. But the tale of his rise and fall is the stuff we historians live for. Theodoric's lust for power was such that nothing less than absolute rule would appease him. To counter the political influence of the Fist of Rauga, he proclaimed his kingship to be the product of divine will, ordained by Nemea herself. What followed was a crusade, which sought to exterminate the monks entirely. Yet it was the truly depraved acts of barbarism to come that would shake Alamigan society to its very core. This ensuing era of terror was what earned Theodoric the title King of Ruin. After the massacre at the Fist's main temple, religious opposition to Theodoric nearly disappeared altogether. He then began purges of the Alamigan royalty, seeing any and all potential pretenders to his throne dead and buried, regardless of house, loyalties, or standing. Beheadings were commonplace, carried out daily. Before long, it looked as though Theodoric would have no heads left to take. But then he turned his wrath upon any soul with a claim to the throne, no matter how remote. After that, it was to be the empowered nobles and wealthy merchants. Fearing for their lives, they professed their innocence to the queen, pleading for her to stay their maniacal husband's hand. She attempted words to assuage his lust for power turned lust for blood, but he was deaf to her appeals. Finding no recourse, she conspired with a group of nobles to murder Theodoric. Yet, before the regicide could take place, one among them betrayed their plot, and for their treason, the king saw them all less ahead. This only served to compound Theodoric's paranoia and insanity. Distrustful of all, his purges now became little more than random executions, claiming the lives of noble and beggar and all in between. It is not difficult to imagine what transpired next. The palace became a despicable gathering of sycophants and backstabbers, and the common folk scarce left their homes. Seeking heads on which to lay blame for worsening conditions, Theodoric turned the axe upon his most loyal followers. When the oppression became too much to bear, the people revolted and stormed the palace. The royal guard cast aside their vows and allowed the Alamegans to pass. A noble revolt? For the best, no? False. It was the absence of leadership and solidarity in the wake of this chaos that prompted Garlemald to attack. In the end, Theodoric was lucid enough to judge suicide preferable to death at the hands of an angry mob. He ended his own life, and with it, his reign of ruin and his own bloodline. Or so it was thought at the time. But Theodred, a nephew to the king, was hidden by his mother in a remote temple of the Fist of Rauga, which had survived the purges, and thus he escaped his uncle's fury. And that is the history of the last king of Alamigo, and many a lesson there is to be learned from it. It is only a pity you are too dull to do so. Theodred. I don't remember if we've met him. If we haven't, then I'm sure we will. Well, that's all that lore. So much Alamigan history. It's good. We'll show the other monk costume. So this is the leveling quest 1 And then this is the upgraded version of it. It's a much brighter yellow. Much brighter, more of a canary yellow. Rather than a chocobo yellow. And, oh yeah, let's go look at Monk's abilities. Where's a good place to do that? I'll try Gridania? Because I need target dummies I can actually go behind. Because monks are all about the positioning versus your foe. Yeah, we'll try the one in Central Shroud. And then we shall end the stream, unless... Is there anything else I want to do before we finish up all this class stuff? Because next time we're going to do 2.55. Or at least start 2.55. Yeah, these dummies should be nice. Ah, I was wondering who was attacking that. Okay, Monk, the melee DPS. It's kind of got the 1-2-3 combo thing going on, but it's presented as being you're changing fighting stances. So like as you do each part of the combo, you change stances from, you change into raptor form, and then you change into coral form, which is that's the kitties, the tigers, and then you change into oppo form, which is monkey. Yeah, so basically going monkey, raptor, tiger, monkey, raptor, yeah, and you just keep going through that flow. Yeah, because each of these abilities, you have things that, like, this can only be executed in coil form, but then it also changes you to the next stance, so you do the abilities in an order. Have I done Crystal Tower yet? Yeah, we have, actually. I really liked Crystal Tower. It was cool. We did Binding Coils as well, that was awesome. I love Binding Coils. So yeah, your basic single target 1-2-3 is Boot Shine, True Strike, and then Stat Punch. Then you've got this other 1-2-3 combo, which it goes through the same forms, so it's kind of like this is interchangeable with this combo. So we've got Dragon Kick, so this one powers up our next Boot Shine by quite a bit. So Dragon Kick looks pretty cool. Whee! Nice kick. And Twin Snakes. This one gives us a damage dealt buff. A lot like the Dragoon's damage dealt buff. And then Demolish, which is a damage over time. Yeah, so that's another 1-2-3 combo. And yeah, it's because it's based on forms, you can interchange. You can go Dragon Kick, and then True Strike, and then Demolish. So that's kind of cool. And we've also got an AoE combo, which is, it's the same forms. Arm of the Destroyer is Oppo form. And then 4-Point Fury is Raptor form. And then Rockbreaker is Coil form. So yeah, we can do that, and then we can do this to get our buff. Then we can do that. So you can kind of go seamlessly between all of these abilities, as long as you're still doing a Oppo, and then a Raptor form, and then a Coil form. So that's pretty cool. So the other main thing about the Monk is the positioning. There's a lot of abilities that do bonus damage from a target's rear, like True Strike. And so you can see this indicator on the ground is which way it's facing, the arrow. And so this little blank area, this counts as the rear, so you know which side to hit them from. Which a lot of melee DPS have that kind of thing, you want to hit them from the rear. The thing that makes Monk different is that some abilities aren't from the rear, they're from the flank. So some get their bonus from the side, like this one. So you're kind of moving back and forth between these two zones. So in our basic 1, 2, 3 combo, we're doing from the rear, from the rear, from the side, and then from the rear, from the rear, from the side. Yeah. And these ones are all different as well. You have to like remember which one you're doing from where. So this one's flank, flank, and then rear. So these ones are like reversed. Flank, flank, and rear. And then of course you can like go between these. So we can do like rear, rear, and then do that one instead and not have to move. And then we go here and do all the flank ones to minimize movement if we want. So that's cool. And I don't think any of these care about positioning. Nah, they're just AoEs. Yeah, so that's cool. Trying to think if there's anything else that cool in ARR. Post Moogle. What was Post Moogle? Yeah, I haven't gotten into the Blue Mage stuff yet. Well, I've done some of the Blue Mage stuff, but not a lot. So I think it's technically Heavensward content, so that's why I haven't really bothered with it yet. I'm still working through that quest line. Seems fun though. Also, the Monk has a much faster attack speed than other classes. Yeah, reduced weapon skill cast time and recast time, and auto attack delay by 15%, so the Monk just feels faster. Oh yeah, we have Shoulder Tackle, this is an instant cast ability, so you can weave it in between your other stuff. Whee! Does damage and makes you zoom. It's cool. Turn that off. Oh, did I hit this as well? There we go. Apart from that, so we've got our 3 stances: Fist of Fire, Wind, or Earth. You gotta like. Should always have one of them active. Earth is reduced damage taken, which I don't really have many defensive things as a monk at the moment, so you've got to be careful if you need defensive stuff. Fist of Wind makes you run faster, and Fist of Fire makes you deal more damage, so usually you're using fire, but swapping to wind when you're running somewhere. There's Earth. It's fire. Cool animations. Yeah, they just last until you turn them off, so it's a thing you gotta remember to turn on. And then I have a couple cooldowns. Mantra increases HP recovery via healing actions by 10% for self and nearby party members. That's a cool group buff I can use. Help out the healer. I suppose this is a survivability thing. And Perfect Balance. Get 6 stacks of Perfect Balance, allowing the execution of a weapon skill that requires a certain form, without being in that form, so you can use that to just skip to whatever ability you want. I'm not too sure yet what I would want to use that for. I think... Is it to do Dragon Kick Boot Shine? Dragon Kick Boot Shine over and over? Since this is the one that empowers that. I'm not too sure. That's what it looks like though. And here's Mantra. There you go, that's Monk. I like their ready pose, how they hop back and forth. Looks cool. Yeah, the Monk's interesting. But yeah, it really shines in dungeons when you get to do the little dance of being in the right zone. Shoulder tackle, boom, baby. Good animations too. Yeah, good animations. Yep, and that's Monk. That is everything. Grease lightning. Enhanced Grease Lightning. Enhanced Grease Lightning 2. It just makes you get faster and faster in terms of attacks. Oh wow, it gets even faster later. 20%. Yeah, there you go, that's Monk. And I think we are done now. That's all the Realm Reborn classes. Or combat classes. I say combat classes because all of these have quest lines as well. I'm not planning to show them anytime soon. Because that's just a lot of content. And I want to get to Heavensward. So yeah, next time we'll do 2.55. I think some of the Blue Carnival is Heavensward, but most is ARR. Oh, okay. It's a wrap-up to a lot of the side stuff in ARR. Oh! The post-Moogle. Do you know how to start the post-Moogle stuff? Starts in Limsa, so I don't think I've seen any quests in Limsa. Oh, apart from the Dancer Unlock quest. Maybe it's a hidden thing? FF14 post-Moogle. Mail delivery quests, initially released in 2.3. Oh, okay. Ah. I had not heard of this. Starts in, oh, it starts in Mordona. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, Mordona's like the one place I haven't cleared out the side quest for. So that's probably why. Is that worth doing on stream, do you think? Because if so, then I'll do that next time. Of Errant Epistles. Of Errant Epistles. Bum, bum, bum. Maybe it's over here? No? Maybe I already did the opening quest? From Clinthota. Do. 3013. She's at 3013. Ah, yep, she's over here. This car is automatic, systematic, hydromatic. Why, it's grease lightning. Not sure, it's kind of long. Ah, okay. Oh, I'll probably do it off stream then. Maybe. Ha. Ah, yep, here it is. Errant Epistles. Hmm. I wonder if you can New Game Plus it in case it turns out to actually be really good. I'll Google to see if it's something I can do in New Game Plus. Now, Blue Mage. There are a lot of level 50 Blue Mage quests. Oh, Blue Mage was introduced in 4.5. What was 4.5? That's Stormblind? Sounds like Blue Mage was added pretty late, I think. Yeah, I'll do Blue Mage later on. Alright, well, I'll do some googling on this postal Moogle stuff, see if it's worth showing. If not, then I'll go straight to 2.55 and unlocking Heavenswood. Okay, thank you all very much. Let's see, who is streaming? Oh, did Jordan literally just go live? Sweet. I can send you to Jordan Rusco, who, yeah, she's been live for like 30 seconds. That's good timing. And she just got fully vaccinated, so be sure you go and congratulate her. Jordan Rusco. Thank you all very much for watching. Next time I might even stream some Dead by Daylight. I'm pretty obsessed with that at the moment, but if not, we'll do some FF14. And, oh, we're so close to Heavenswood now. I'm very excited. Alright, thank you all for watching. I'll see you all next time. See ya.